I'm going to be talking to myself for a while. Apparently, the YouTube app ignored the time that I set for the stream. Meaning, nobody will have got the alerts. Or you would have got the alerts at like 9:30 or whenever I set it up. So, it's just going to be me talking to my Tina. Here she is. Hold on, if I can... Can you see her? There she is. Hey, babe. Hey, babe. You're not talking to the peoples. No. Let's wait for people to start arriving. Because YouTube messed me about. I see a second thumbs up. People are arriving. Okay, folks. Just to re-explain. I created the stream at about 9:30. And, hello there, Pepsi Cola. I created the stream about 9:30. And I set 11 o'clock as the start time. And all looked well, and the thumbnail was set, the time was set. I went out and to my channel, viewed the stream and the thumbnail, and pushed it out to Twitter and to the YouTube community, a YouTube post. And when I've come in now, it said, oh, this should have started at 9:30, whatever. It totally ignored the start time that I'd set. So that's fun. Nobody will have got any alerts or seen that this was happening. So I got to wait a few minutes for people to just discover that we're live. Happy to spend a few minutes just chatting while we wait for people to arrive. What have we got going on in the world? Where are we? I see there's 3 people out there. Oh, 3 thumbs up. We're doing well. We're doing well on the thumbs up this time. Or maybe it was my pinned message. Tempting people. Strange, folks. I've been having some hellish issues with the YouTube app when it comes to creating live streams on the phone or from the phone. And I've tried doing videos. I've tried sending the YouTube team videos to view the process, and they can see that I'm doing it right. I set it up right, and then it just goes wrong. And you can see it on the videos. And they come back and just say, have you got the latest version? Have you restarted your phone? Have you optimized your apps? So frustrating. So frustrating. Anyway, I shall stop whining about YouTube's app and the failures of creating a stream. Let me know, what thumbnail did you see? Did you see a proper thumbnail? Notify worked when? 9:30 when I did it, or because I've just gone in now, and as I went to come live, it told me that the stream should have started at 9:32 or 9:34 at my time. So let's an hour and a half ago should have started. It didn't. Okay, you got notification when I went live. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just as I went live, I reset the set future time or whatever it is, however they word it. It was a struggle, guys. It's always a struggle. Let's see whether we can show Tina. I just tried before, but she's not obliging, and she's black on black, so it's not easy. Let me see whether I can just, if I unplug that, switch here. Oh, look at that. You see her a lot better even without me putting the, I was going to do that, but she doesn't like it. So I won't do that. Hey, babe. Oh, get the phone away from my face before switching back. Let's see if any more join us. Hey. So guys, it's been a week, and what a week it's been. What with one thing and another. In a lot of ways, it's been a quiet week, which is why the TrampCast earlier was fairly short, just 2 hours. Fairly short by my standards. But so in a lot of ways, it's been a quiet week. But in a couple of ways, we just, I mean, obviously we had the power incident for the whole of, well, for this half of Europe, I guess. Uh, Spain, Portugal, parts of France, parts of the Netherlands, bizarrely. Um, and is it Andorra, the little country between France and Spain? But yeah, but I didn't even realize the power was off for a good couple of hours, so I'm told. Um, just by coincidence, I wasn't trying to do anything internet wise. I was watching something that was already downloaded. Um, so yeah, it's only when I stepped outside and saw people holding phones up and the doors closed at the garage up the road. Default thumbnail. I've set this thumbnail like 5 times. And when I pushed it out initially on a YouTube post, a YouTube, like they used to call them community posts, now they're just YouTube posts because they're trying to create some other thing called community. But when I pushed it out, I got the proper thumbnail that I've created. It's got the diagonal that says TrampCast Hangout, and then next to it I've put a separate picture that says come and hang out with a tramp, you know you want to. What phone or camera do you use to do the videos? This is a Samsung Galaxy Z Flip or Flip Z, however that's foldable, supposedly. I'm told quite expensive, King of the Tramps, but it was given to me by somebody because it's broken. It doesn't. As soon as you move that hinge the slightest bit, it goes off, like reboot off. And even holding the power button, 50% of the time when it's done that and gone off, even holding the power button won't bring it back on. I have to plug it into some power first for it to get a clue, and then hold the button, and it will come on. But yeah, it's quite a top end phone. It's all as up to date as can be. All the apps are set to auto update. Um, I check every week or so for the operating system, see if there's any updates. Um, Sometimes it's too clear. Sometimes my voice causes clipping and popping. I think it's my voice and the volume. But yeah, you know, we're just sat here in the dark with a couple of lights on. Um, Again, sat in a tent with lights. Goes back to the power cut thing, folks. Goes back to the power cut. Let me. Oh yeah, I forgot to plug back in. So, oh look at that. Here's one little. This is just a little lantern from Leroy Merlin. That was from 13 or 14 euros. And up here, I've got a string of fairy lights, just operated from three double A's in that one. Three double A's. This one's powered from USB, rechargeable direct from USB. And I got a head torch that is uh, three triple A's. And those are my main lighting. I have extra, I have others. I've got some solar powered and what have you. Oh, showing off my feet for the pervs. No doubt I'll be on some site or other now. But yeah, everything powered one way or another. It's all powered by solar because the USB batteries. Have I got any to hand? No. Oh yeah, I can pop these out. Can you see that? The batteries. These are the AAA's. Have all got USB-C slots on them. So you just plug them directly into the EcoFlow. Needs to be a USB-A to USB-C slot. USB-C to USB-C won't work. They don't recognize the signaling, or they don't create any signaling. They just expect the USB to be hot, to be powered with the 5 volts default charge. But they do the job. I've had them now, these batteries, for, I don't know, certainly over 12 months, maybe as much as 18. I did a video on them when I got them. They've been fantastic. They get charged most days, almost every day. Sometimes I might leave it to the second day, but I top them up all the time because you never know when you might find yourself without power. So this will run for 2 or 3 days from a single charge of those batteries. But you don't want to be on the third day or at the end of the third day and find you suddenly haven't got power. So top them up every day or most days. So this was why when the power thing happened the other day, I had no worries, I had no problem, but I didn't notice. Oh, you can get by. I did it with the cheapest. I did a YouTube channel using is it called Red My? It's one of the Chinese brands. It's called a Red My 2 or 2A or 2S. Can't remember now. It packed in a little while ago. I saw it around here earlier. But you can use anything. Almost any phone is more than capable. So when we go live, I think I'm doing 720p. Jack Attack will be able to confirm, but I think that's still true when I go live. When I upload videos, they go at 1080 unless I've run out of disk space on the phone. 720, yeah. Do I ever get a bit camera and microphone shy? Apparently not. I don't understand why not. I've always been quite a shy person, quite a quiet person. When I'm in a group, I'm quite happy to let others take over, and even decision making. I let others make decisions until I think that they're doing something stupid, and then I'll step in and make my views known. Apparently I was always quite persuasive, but not always successful. But I was never one to be like the loud leader. Like 5 blokes are going to go to the pub or something, going to go on a pub crawl, and somebody wants to go and get takeaway halfway through. And I was never the one to say, oh, McDonald's or oh, Kentucky. I just sit back, let others make the decision and just go along. When it comes to talking to a phone, apparently I'm all right at it, but I would never have guessed. Okay. If you go and watch my first ever video, it was literally my first ever video. There'll be a link in the description after, it'll be there now, but I'd rather you watch this first. But I've got a link to my first ever video and to my first ever live stream in the description, probably about halfway down. And I've watched them back. They seem all right to me. I'd never edited a video or anything. It was literally, I might have done one quick test that morning of how to join multiple clips together in the software that I use. I can't remember what that's called. Ucut. Youcut. Ucut. Later on I tried another one called CapCut or something like that, but it insists on putting a watermark on your videos and you have to pay to get rid of it. So I didn't really like that. I think I did one video with that as a trial, and it was a Tina Tummy Tickle video with all the love hearts and everything moving up. Was it, babe? I think some clown walking past was just having a go. He wasn't just coughing or something. He was trying to make a point. Wild camping. They're starting to bring out laws against that and things, aren't they? I was just reading earlier about how they're clamping down on camper vans everywhere. In the UK, they've left it to local authorities to make up their mind. But I was reading that in Greece and Holland and some other places, they've just got national laws against it. You can only park your camper van on recognised campsites. You can't just park on a seafront or a road just off the seafront. And other similar wild camping, like in a tent, putting it up late and hoping no one notices. Similarly, he's getting a lot of flack. Um, yeah, interesting. But yeah, I recommend everyone who wants to do a YouTube channel should certainly give it a go. You don't have to do it live. You film half a dozen clips and just join them together. Cut off the bits where you go wrong or you mess up, or more likely, like I do, laugh your way through them and just keep going. Um, yeah, just do it. Just go for it. Um, yeah, camp. To get around the camper van thing, people will just start modifying transit vans and Ford Escort vans and whatever other vans, so that it doesn't. If it's not classed as a camper van, then it won't fall within the rules of the law, will it? um, we've got people who modify their cars and you fold all the seats down and chuck a mattress or whatever in the back. People will find a way around it, but that's how the law kind of works. The law. I've said before that the law is a word game, and if the law is written such that camper vans aren't allowed, people will say, "Oh, it's not a camper van. It's a such and such a van. It's an RV. It's a this. It's a that." If you can come up with the right bunch of words, you'll get around it. Yeah, I think I've seen a guy who camps on roundabouts and things. Yeah, get down low in a low profile tent behind a sign or behind some plants. What make is the cool box? See if you can find the instructions breakdown for it. I don't remember what the make was. I think we got that at Leroy Merlin as well. Um, I've just had a clear out. I've probably thrown paperwork and leaflets and things away. I'll be able to just look at the label. There'll be a logo somewhere and maybe a model name or number. Um, I think I need to put more in it to make it work more efficiently, though. I'll have a go at that tomorrow. I got to clean out that fan. I don't know whether I can just stick like a paintbrush or something in the fan, or whether I'm risking fucking electrocution or something. A Dutch Army canvas tent in camouflage. Yeah, anything in camouflage costs more, doesn't it? Huh. That's why I'm in bright blue. Yeah, such is life, folks. Such is life. But going back to the power cut and the kind of the prepping angle. Battery operated lights or rechargeable lights. Though this light, the lantern one here, is also solar powered, or could be. Okay, Jack Attack, cheers. I don't have a big brush like a paintbrush. I've only got this tiny little thing. But I forgot that this little lantern here, it can also be solar powered. It's solar charged. From what I remember, probably takes 2 days worth of charging for me to be able to leave the light on all night. Cyanide Leech, hello. Percussive maintenance. I did do percussive maintenance when I closed the fan and hit it, and that's why now there are these fly husks or whatever over some of the. Well, there's 2 pop bottles inside a bag and one loose, and there's these little dead fly shells or whatever they might be called. I don't know. There's only a few. I got cleaning it out, got rid of most in the first instance. There was a surprisingly ammonia kind of smell from it all, from the flies or whatever infestation it was that had been in there. I've wiped it out and washed it out with, well, I rinsed it a few times with water and got most of the mess out. Then it was water and washing up liquid. I'll probably wipe around with some water and bleach um, before starting to use it properly. Like I said, at the minute it's in a test phase. I'm powering it up. Once the EcoFlow hits 100% or thereabouts in the morning, um, power up the cool box and basically just leave it plugged in all day unless clouds come over. If the power drops below 90%, I turn it off for 5 or 10 minutes until we get powered back up. The solar panel provides the shade at all points through the day. Put it down one side when the sun's sideways on in the morning, move it around as the sun moves around, and when the sun's up high and above, put the panel back above on top of a couple of pop bottles, so there's still an air gap for the fan for the Pepsi Cola thinks that the portable power station solar panel is really good. It is good. It is good. I mean, the combination, the pair costs just over €200. No, that's not right. The solar panel and the cool box were just over 200. The EcoFlow was, I think that was just over two. I think that was 200 on its own. 225, 250 maybe. Don't remember. It's a year ago. It's over a year ago now, I think. But yeah, the EcoFlow is fantastic. The solar panels are a little bit basic, but they're a run of the mill thing. They're almost a commodity, aren't they? For only slightly bigger, say 30 or 40% larger, the household ones provide 4 times as much power for only slightly more surface area. But that's because they operate, I think, at 48 volts, whereas this is nominally 12, 18 volts open circuit, I think. Whatever that means, I don't have a clue. But I don't think that this EcoFlow, I don't think you could string two of those together in series and have the EcoFlow work. I don't think it would. There was something like that, either in series or in parallel. One of it would overdo either the volts or the amps, the voltage or the current that it can input. So I think I am stuck with just the one. Like I said in the TrampCast earlier, in the TrampCast proper, it's not that I don't like what I've got. I think it's been brilliant. I think it is brilliant. I just regret not being in a position to get better. To buy the bigger, better. The Delta was always my my target machine. The EcoFlow, the original EcoFlow Delta. Don't think they did a Delta 2. I think they went straight to Delta 3, which is I think that's the current one. But then they've got all these other ones, Ultras and Maxes, and the nomenclature, the naming of them is getting a bit silly. But yeah, the combination of the solar panel and the EcoFlow, and it could just have easily have been a Jackery or a Bluetti, Anchor. There's one called All Power, a brand called All Power. They're probably all pretty much of a muchness. For a while, Jackery was the absolute leader in this field. I've been following these what do you want to call them? Some people call them power stations. Some call them solar systems, which just irks me. When someone says, how do you build your solar system? And I say, well, you start off with a big ball of hydrogen. And you got to get enough of it together for it to start doing nuclear fusion. That's how you build a solar system. Solar generator also irks me a little bit because it's a store and an output. It doesn't. The panel does the generating, although it has to be attached to something to create a complete circuit. Otherwise, the sun just goes to waste. So yeah, power station, power bank, power whatever. But I've been following them for probably half a dozen years. There's a guy online called Will Prowse. Prowse, and Will, as in William. His channel's called something like DIY Solar with Will Prowse, something like that. And years ago, all of these companies used to send him all of these for free. And he became such an expert at picking them apart and testing. He was doing tests on them that they should have done. And he was picking up anomalies and errors and issues that they'd not noticed with their own products. And in the end, he stopped accepting them. If they were a what's the funding website? Come here. Like Indiegogo, but no, the other one, the bigger one, Kickstarter. All of these companies would launch their product on Kickstarter and send him like review models, and he got sick and tired of being like almost a free tester, a free engineer for the companies. So he stopped accepting anything that was a Kickstarter or an Indiegogo or whatever. He stopped. He only wanted actual products that were released. He's got hundreds. He had to give them all away in the end. He had them just piling up. But yeah, he's a fantastic reviewer of these things. And there's another guy called Hobo Tech. See, I wanted to start doing tech reviews on this channel, and Hobo Tech would have been a good name for that playlist or whatever. I can't remember what I went with in the end. Tech Tramp or something. And I only ever did, I reviewed these batteries, I think, these USB, where the battery plugs directly into the USB. I think I did like an unboxing and then a follow-up review. I commented about the EcoFlow when I first got it, and I'm not sure whether I did any. I did a video about the Coolbox, because I rewatched it recently and it surprised me. It was better than I thought it was. I remember it being something like 38 degrees inside the tent, and I got the temperature inside the box went down to 13. Now I don't remember it being that good. That's not my recollection of it. I remember having stuff in there and like my butter or margarine still turning to liquid. Maybe because I moved it outside of the tent, maybe I'll let the sun get directly on the box. I don't know. But I quite fancied reviewing these things. And I've had a few electric devices. I've got a TV through there that I still don't use. I've had fans. I've just thrown 2 fans away. Really loved that cylinder fan I had. I don't know whether I ever showed it. But it was just a cylinder up, and the entire inside of the cylinder spun. So the whole thing was like the blades, but too much of the outside got broken. It was unstable. It kept falling over. Hello, Karen. Hell 9. I think that's meant to be hello. Hello. Hold on. Do you have water purification tablets in your water bottles for the kettle water? Yeah, I do possess water purification tablets, and I did used to take water from the foot wash, which was unsafe and would give me and the dog bad stomach if we drank it. Other people told me that their foot wash didn't do that to them, but the one I went to always did. I used to take before that I used to take water from broken sprinklers in the park when I was living in the park for 2 months. That was always fine. But in recent months, I've had some friends bringing me water, and water from a tap. They refill the supermarket water bottles, refill them from the tap. So I've had no need for purifying for quite a while now. Quite a while. Karen has a new fan for me. Hello again, Ismo. Good late evening. How is the weather forecast for the next week? The last time I checked, well, no, I tell a lie. I've been checking, and it's been all clear all week. And then I think earlier today I looked, and somewhere around Wednesday they've suddenly got thunder and lightning. But if you watched earlier today, their thunder and lightning forecasts are abominable. They will tell me for days and days that it's coming, and we'll get there and they'll move it like, oh, it's going to be in the morning. Okay, we get to the morning and I'm sat out in sunshine. Oh, it's going to be this afternoon. Oh, it's going to be tonight. Oh, it's going to be tomorrow. Oh, it's gone. And at the moment they say, oh, it's gone, that's when we get the thunder and lightning. Or an earthquake, as we reported earlier. The ground shakes the same either way. Hello, Thomas. Oh, F1 Miami. Is that now or is that on later? It's probably, I don't know. Where are they? 5 hours behind us? 6 for Spain. 6 hours behind Spain. So it would now be, what, 5:30 in the evening, Miami time. So has it already finished? Are you saying you've already watched it, Ismo? Where are we going with that? Oct 23 for batteries. Is that when I got them? Like almost 18 months ago? Is that what you're saying, Jack Attack? It wasn't the October just gone, I know that much. What music do you like to listen to? All sorts, very eclectic tastes. Right the way from opera and some classical music, 50s and 60s rock and roll, 80s onwards pop music. Yeah, anything. Almost anything. Almost. Oh, the race has just finished. My video about the batteries was October 20. Oh, October 2023. Is that what you're saying? That can't be right. Can it? Yeah, it can. About 18 months ago. I thought you meant October 23rd. October 2023. Josie, hello. UK placed 1 and 2 with McLaren. Okay. Do you have a radio to listen to music on? My old phone used to be my radio. It used to be a radio. Put the headphone jack in and well, you could either listen to it on the headphones or pin them up and use the speaker. This phone doesn't do that. Modern ones are all losing that capability. I do have 2 radios through there. One was one of those survival radios with the hand crank and the little solar panel and a built-in battery and USB in for power, and also it was supposed to do USB out for power for you to use it as a power bank. That never worked. The power out never worked. Power in worked. The little solar panel on top was fantastic. If I stood that outside for about 2 hours, it would work all day and all night off that. And then one day I had it out with me, sat under the tree over there. It's a really low to the ground tree. Me and Tina sat there one summer's day. It was fine, listened to the radio all day, came inside, put it down. Next day, turned it on, nothing. Not a click, not a pop, not a whistle, not an LED, just gone. Something blew. a capacitor, I don't know, something just fucking didn't work anymore. I'm hoping it's like an easy repair, but I know nothing about electrics or electronics. I know they're not all that expensive, but they're not that cheap either. Probably what, 20 euros for one of those ones with the hand crank and all the bells and whistles. Um, it did AM and FM, and it did that what the NOAA frequencies, the American, is it National Oceanographic and not astronomic, not aeronautic either. Whatever that is in America, their weather agency, the NOAA thing. So it had these three different bandwidths, these three different frequencies, whatever the wording is. I loved it. It was brilliant. A bloke called Damien. If you've been around a while, you'll have heard me talk about Damien a few times. Damien brought me that way back in the early days of this channel. I think I did a video called something like "Has Christmas Come Early?" Yeah, batteries. I've got another radio through there, just a little, what I would have called a transistor radio back in the day. If I put two double A's in there, I got about 20 hours of playback before those batteries were too weak to work it. And at the time I got it, it was like the only entertainment I had. This was before I had a phone or anything. And I would just put it on and leave it on all day, and if I fell asleep, all night as well. So I was going through batteries at a prodigious rate at one time. That's the one, Jack Attack. Yeah, no one. National Oceanographic something or other, atmospheric agency, something, administration maybe. Who knows? When you see American preppers are always talking about turning the radio on and going straight to these emergency bandwidth places. No, not NORAD. That's only for the fallout. Yeah. Let me just scroll back. I'm sure I've missed someone. Okay. You got a proper name there, Pepsi Cola. I don't know if I've asked before. Is there? I feel weird calling someone Pepsi Cola. You bought a torch the other day at a car boot sale. Used to be the one people could buy from the RAC. Had the amber and red flashing light and also a neon tube. A normal torchlight all included. Oh, I watch almost all lamps and lights and torches now include like that SOS. SAS, that'd be good, wouldn't it? Summon the SAS just by turning your torch on. Now, the SOS feature, how often in life has anybody ever used that? I'm not sure that anybody ever got anywhere by having an automated SOS. And when every time you click your torch on and you're having to click through 3 or 4 different settings to get this isn't too bad. It's got 3 settings. There's an ultraviolet, a low level light, and a higher level light. Even that I find a little bit annoying. How often do you want what is that even for? The ultraviolet thing? It makes white things glow a bit. I've seen some fishermen use it, like if you're out looking for lobsters and something, certain fish and certain crustaceans will glow a bit in the dark if hit by that. But how often are you in that position? I would have said make a specialist head torch that's just for fishermen if that's where you're at, so that the rest of us don't have to cycle through 3 or 4. You basically got 4 settings, haven't you? Ultraviolet, low light, full light, and off. I'm an old grump. Oceanic and atmospheric. I did get that was one of my suggestions at one point. I tried agency and then I suggested administration. Um, a checker for funny money, the ultraviolet. That's a possible, isn't it? That may be. You can see scorpions perfectly using ultraviolet. That'd be handy in Britain, yeah? No. Spain, do we have scorpions? Never seen one. I'm told we've got snakes, but never seen one. Then again, I've only seen the rabbits twice, maybe 3 times. More features, higher asking price, yeah. Ultraviolet light is good for picking up opals. Okay. Spain has scorpions. Okay, I'll believe you. I saw a film once where some person in France in some kind of big stately home kind of thing had scorpions. I didn't know that Spain had them, but I'll believe you. I am slouching a bit, folks. 17 people here now watching a tramp. What are you doing? Have you not got lives? Thumbs up, folks. I see that the number of people here is higher than the number of thumbs up. First thing it says on that big message at the top, the pinned message, hit the like button, share if you dare, and all messages in chat, all messages or live chat, it's called, rather than top chat, in some versions of the player. Different wording on different platforms, as I understand it. Snakes and spiders in Spain, but they're shy. I think I saw like a top 5 venomous snakes in Spain video a couple of weeks ago. But it pretty much said the same thing, and only one of them had any real risk. Most of them were, yeah, you'll feel sick for a day or two, but you'll be fine. I know they've got wild boar, but again, that's more mountains and what have you as well. Yeah. Coffee still tonight, folks. Coffee with hot chocolate. Although I made it about an hour before we went live. Did I? Yeah, I did. I walked Tina about 10. Apparently my mouth's not as big as I thought. I thought I could finish that off and I missed. Spain has wild women, never-ending wild boar. No comment. Really is distracting. When I've pinned a message, it stays on the. I'll take a screen grab if I could. I got a white bar all the way across. I'm in landscape mode, and I've got a white bar all the way across with that message. And if I dismiss it from mine, it dismisses it from yours. It gets rid of that message for everybody. Now you can all click the 3 dots and remove the message from your own, but I don't like having it all the way across the whole screen. Right, it's on the screen where my eyes are. It's really weird looking at the screen and just seeing. Whoops. Not being able to see my own eyes. Phil in the kitchen. Hello, hello. We got more coming over from Big Clive and Scruff Dog. Won't unpin. Oh, is that because you're a mod, Jack Attack? Won't unpin. Yeah, no, there's dismiss though, no? Right at the bottom of the menu, usually. If you're a normal viewer, I don't know about mods. I've never been a moderator anywhere. Nobody will trust me. Nobody will trust me. Do you have cooking facility? Do you cook over a campfire? Asks Pepsi Cola. I have cooking facilities nowadays. When I first arrived in the field, I would just cook with an open fire. But Spain was in the middle of a 4-year drought, and that was a little bit hairy. The authorities weren't keen on me. on me having big fires. Oh, well, not big fires. I never did a campfire. I used to have a really controlled one. I found, not a tripod, but I found a little stand, a four-legged stand, couple of, maybe an inch and a half high. And I found some metal mesh, which I bent around and made a stand. I got a large metal tin can. It's a fairly large one. Not quite your American number 10, but it's a fairly large tin. Cut the bottom out of it, so I had a tube. Stood the tube, so I had the stand, the mesh, and the metal tube. Put wood and what have you down, a little bit of paper in the bottom. Lit the paper from underneath with all the bits of wood that I'd, and then that's how I used to boil my water. When I say I used to get water from the foot wash by the beach and bring it back, I'd have to boil it. I was boiling water mainly for the dog, well, more for the dog than for me. But yeah, I would spend all day processing wood one way or another, going out and finding wood, dragging it back here, pallets and things at times, or gate posts, breaking it down. A friend gave me a good Mora knife, a good big one, a heavy duty, and an 18-inch long piece of rebar, 18 inches, 50 centimeters ish, for those of you that are metric. So I had a good piece of heavy rebar on this knife, and I would use the rebar to smash the pallets apart, and then I would use the knife and the rebar to baton the wood. Batoning wood, you're supposed to be doing it with small pieces to start with. I'm doing it on fucking gate posts, which are all interlocked separate pieces of wood put together like a bloody jigsaw to be almost unbreakable. But gate posts and pallet wood, and the bigger beams from the pallets as well, not just the slats or lats, whatever you want to call them, but breaking down the bigger beams from the so breaking them down, processing them down into smaller pieces. I had half a dozen bags of wood ready chopped, and I could go through a couple of bags a day trying to boil water and cook food and make coffee. And then Damien got me the little camp stove, the little gas stove. But the gas was so expensive. A little gas canister, round and about what, 4 inches high. €10 from across at the Chino Bazaar, and it was like 450 grams roughly. And you'd get about 4 hours of burning out of that. So it's fine for coffees and things, but if you wanted to make a good pan of stew, and I had this lovely big pan that I'd found in a bin one day, fantastic big pan, with lid, my cauldron I used to call it. And one day through the day I was cooking this big pan of stew. And I got a couple of bad pieces of wood in the chimney that I'd kind of made that I was cooking over. Couple of big bricks either side, and the pot rested over the top of the kind of the chimney that I'd made from the tin can, and enough, about an inch and a half above, so that the flames are coming up and you're not stifling it. But I got a couple of damp bits of wood in there apparently, and the smoke that was pouring out, I had this big pillar of smoke, and I could see people on the bus at the top of the road getting concerned. And half an hour later, I had the cops on site telling me, "Muy peligroso, muy peligroso." And I'm like, no es peligroso. Es en un pequeño chimenea. It's just contained in a small chimney. There's no danger. Don't be a girl, you know? And I went off on one and said it was illegal, and said that there were restrictions in place. Every check I did said that there was no fire restrictions in place at that time. The people across the road at the top of the field, they were having barbecues out on their balcony around the same time. And they're just a hop and a skip from the field. So any embers you're more likely to get embers from their barbecue than you were from my little chimney with the pan directly over the top. So this cop went on, and in the end he left, and I was still cooking. I just carried on and just made sure that any wood I dropped in, if it started to smoke, I would fish it back out with a couple of twigs, I would try and get the bad wood back out. But I spent so long. I spent a year just processing wood. It felt like. I think there was a follow-up question. Nanny state, do they do the same here? Yeah. Well, so in Spain, if you accidentally start a fire, you get punished to buggery, big fines and jail time. So that should be enough, yeah? Why try and punish kind of thing before the fire? If there's a big punishment for if it happens and you're found, regardless of whether they find you kind of responsible, if you're there with a fire and the fire breaks out, it's automatically your fault. Leave it at that. Punish me after the event. Don't hassle me before. I saw there were follow-ups. This is it. So I was stood there with like 24 litres of water around me. 3 or 4 I would have of these 8-litre bottles of water full, and to hand in close proximity. Where I had these bricks and the fire inside the chimney with the airflow coming underneath, it was like a rocket stove, and it would roar at times. I even made like a poem at one point about a rocket stove, but I'm not a poet, so we won't go into that. But I would then stand these bits of metal that I had up and around it on at least 3 sides. There was virtually no chance of anything happening. I'd cleared the ground about 1 metre each side of where my fire was. So any scrubland or whatever, the plants and the dry grass, and there was nothing. I'd taken all the steps. What can you do? What can you do? But yeah, I think there was a follow-up question about food. What do you like to eat? I like anything that I can make in one pot. Soups and stews. Or anything I can just throw in a frying pan. The other day, for example, yesterday, I had half a cauliflower and some cabbage, some sausages and some bacon bits. And I cut the cauliflower into thick steaks, and then I realised it was too thick, so I sliced it again down the. So it was about 1 inch thick to begin with, maybe a little bit more. But I sliced that down again into thinner pieces, put those in the frying pan, gave them a good, I don't know, somewhere between 5 and 10, maybe 10 minutes on the first side, and turned it over for 4 or 5 minutes the second side. In the meantime, I'd added the cabbage. While that was all frying off, I added I chopped the sausages up and put those in. And then I added at the end, well, towards the end, I added the small bacon pieces. Lovely, absolutely delicious. One pan, straight onto the plate, and just bring it in here and eat it. Lovely. Stuff like that. Anything that you can do in a pan. Often I'll eat out of a pan. So I've made like big curries or chili con carnes or whatever in the past, and I'll make them in a big pan. And then I'll ladle them when I had a ladle before the police stole my ladle. I would ladle them into my small pan, and that's my eating bowl. 90% of the time I'm eating out of a small pan, because a pan is just a bowl with a handle. And blokes know that you just eat out of a pan. I mean, that's just. I've eaten out of a frying pan before, but that gets a bit heavy. That gets you on the wrist in the end. Um, so a plate can work wonders sometimes. Last night's meal was on the plate. Um, but yeah, the police stole my, and I use the word stole because that's what it was. No court order, no paperwork, no receipts, and they couldn't explain what law they were confiscating my goods under. And it turns out I was on private land, not public land, and they had no right to do shit anyway. But that's a story for another day. Thomas has still got a portion left from Thursday's shrimp and rice. Yeah. Donegal overlanding. Richard, if I remember correctly. Yeah, yeah. And all of the buildings have built-in barbecues, although they're a really poor design. They're really bad. But oh, it scrolled up a bunch. I'm back to where Jack Attack was struggling with the pinned message. Let me scroll, scrolling. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, you've seen policia tape around barbecue buildings that's incredible. Farmer, hello, hello. We got more and more of the Scruff Dog and Big Clive audience joining us. Shh, don't carry on talking about him. Shh, don't say any more. Um, Again, I'm assuming gender. I've got no idea what farmer means or. Are the tanks of gas expensive? Asks Josie. Um, I've no idea. I've never bought one. The little ones for camp stoves are the tiny ones. The big ones, the 14 kilogram one that I've got here now, they're €20 to replace. So the first time you get them, you pay for the tank and the gas, and after that you just take them back and swap an empty for a full, and it's 20. I think it was €22.50 this time. Um, but Hold on. Yes, those I mean. I've mentioned the little ones and the big ones. I don't know. Little camp stove, Josie, or big 14 kilogram, big one. Yeah, I don't know how much they cost to get, and I know that when you get them, you have to provide paperwork and prove why you need it. So people will go to the Repsol garage and say they want a new bottle, and they'll get asked why, and you have to like show some kind of purchase receipt for having bought a fire or a kitchen stove, something. I think mine is one of the lightweight ones, metal on the outside but with a plastic inner. It's like red with the blue collar at the top, because Repsol's just at the top of the road, nearby. So, and it was bought for me, so I didn't have any say either. Let me just finish this. I'm on the dregs of mhm, one coffee and hot chocolate. Had the conversation earlier. Why does coffee dissolve entirely in water, and hot chocolate you've always got a thick residue at the bottom? We need to ask. We need a proper scientist to answer this question. And by coffee, I mean whoa! I mean the instant stuff. Oh, look at that! I've lost I've lost brightness. Why is that? I put my light on. Why is that falling over? Sorry, folks. The light was standing on top of the full cup of coffee, and I'm trying to put it on top of the empty. Have we lost some brightness there? I think we're in a bad position. How's that? How's my girl? I think she's, hold on, she's looking the other way, so I might be able to put, oh, she just looked at me. There she is. There's my Tina. Hey, girl. Hey, babe. What's all that blowing around? What's all that movement? It's like bokeh on the screen, isn't it? There's no insects or anything in here. Not that I've seen. So dust, maybe. I don't know. What would cause that, guys? You see the... You see like the orbs? It's like bokeh, but animated. Look at it all. I've never seen that before. Huh. We got any photographers in the house? Let me turn that off so we don't disturb her ladyship. Turn it back to the guy who thinks he's the star of the show, but clearly isn't. And adjust that. Let's go back to chat. I literally walk up to the top of the road and stand outside the Repsol, and the guy comes out, swaps the bottle for me. I put it on my little trolley and pay him whatever he asks. I thought I got ripped off the first time about a year ago, or just before, because I think it's a year ago that the cops came and robbed me, took my gas bottle away. But yeah, he charged 20 for the refill then, and I had to ask online, and people said that was about right, but I don't know. The 3-ring gas stove, yeah. I do have gas, Josie. I do have. It's a full bottle. I only recently got it on my single ring. I think I'm trying to remember. I think the lady was called Linda that got me the gas bottle and the gas ring. You see them at the market. I mean, they're kind of a. I think they're a cast iron, and they're a bit. They look a bit dodgy to me. What gets me is when you turn the gas off on the ring, you turn it off, and there's like a pop, and a flame shoots out past the valve. You're like, what the fuck's that? We shouldn't be getting blowback going that way towards the gas bottle. What's that about? But about one time in 3, you get this pop, and what worries me is that my hand's next to the valve because I've just turned it off. Turn it off, and kind of half a second later, there's a and a little. But on the flip side, the little camp stove I had with a little twist nozzle, I would find that from turning it up and down, you'd occasionally get these little pops of gas, and I would get little blisters on my right hand here, like along my thumb or index finger. About once a week, but I'd get these little. It's not pus, but these little, like serum-filled little blisters that I'm sure were from the camp stove. Not great. Night, Karen. How long ago was that? That was on the hour, so 6 minutes. I'm 6 minutes late. Sorry, Karen. I'm behind. Finish the dregs. I always finish the dregs. I just don't understand why they're there. Yeah, well, things that my instant coffee dissolves, but why does the instant hot chocolate? Why does the powdered hot chocolate not dissolve fully? Particle size. Some are saying, okay, farmer. Just making stovetop espresso. Is that with the little hexagonal thing, and you, how's it go? Water's in the bottom section, then there's the coffee grinds above, and it steams and comes up, and it comes through the coffee, and then it condenses at the top, and you get the. Is that what we're talking about? I've never used one. I saw it done once on a video. Shiny new walls without mice coming in. This is correct. Step 1 was to kill all the mice. I got some nice mouse traps, and I don't know if you've seen any of the videos. I got these lethal-looking mouse traps that some friends got me from Temu, however you want to pronounce it. First night we killed 6. Second night none. I thought they'd got the message. Third night we got 2, and I think it was the next morning we got another 1. So we got 9 within 3 days, and after that it was like 1 a week for a couple of weeks. No more hassle. It helps that when we took the old tent down, I cut the walls off, or the remnant. If you watch the video and see how few walls there actually were, I cut, and I kept the plastic sheet for the bottom, moved it around and flipped it over so that the holes that are in it don't coincide with where the mice were coming up, where they were coming up from under. I also took the rug from inside the living room and turned that upside down and put it on the ground under the tent. So if they do come up, they've got a few layers to get through, and pads the tent a bit more so that the ground's no friction on the rocks or stones. Fewer holes being made naturally in the bottom of the tent was my thinking. And there's a new carpet in the living room area as well. So yeah, it's all nice and shiny and brand spanking new. Thanks to you guys who donated. Yeah, my Tina doggy darling is tired. I do when I try and explain to the Spanish that her name's Tina, that I don't think the name exists in Spain. They all hear China or China. That's partly because I haven't got teeth in, maybe, but also I just don't think the name exists. So I do say to them, su nombre es Tina, como la cantadora, Tina Turner. I use Tina Turner as an example of that the name's Tina. Hot chocolate sludges or separates into a thick dark layer at the bottom because the cocoa powder doesn't fully dissolve, especially when the drink cools. Are we saying that it's saturated? So as it's warmer, it absorbs more than it ordinarily would, and as it cools, it becomes kind of super saturated and what's the word I'm looking for? Whatever the word was. Solute, solvent. Yeah, I can't remember the words. My knowledge is broad but shallow. Jack Attacks looked that up, or he's asked the AI on Google to give the answer. Pepsi Cola, good night. Sorry, have I missed you as well? You probably went 5 or 10 minutes ago. Reduced solubility in colder liquids. Okay, yeah, the presence of undissolved cocoa matter and the way fat particles in the milk interact. What milk? Is the milk powder in the or are you assuming I'm making it with milk? Because I ain't. Milk doesn't last long around here. Dust. Oh, absolutely, Josie. Yeah, yeah. A 3-ring stove would be most welcome. That way, come Christmas this year, I'll better make a proper Christmas dinner rather than trying to do it all with odd pans and trying to take stuff off, keep stuff warm, take stuff out of pans because I haven't got enough pans. Yeah, and maybe I'll be able to make a better job of it. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! What did that just jump? Whoa! I'm lost. Okay, that's where I was. Donegal Landing, Richard said. When we're camping, we use a Coleman dual fuel stove. We use normal unleaded 95. I guess that's petrol, yeah. Really cheap compared to the small gas bottles. Yeah, I would imagine so. The flame shoots past the valve. Is that a euphemism? Unfortunately not. There's some kind of blowback from the actual gas as it goes out, and a flame literally goes out of the valve. Not up the rubber tubing, which is clamped down and secured pretty tightly. I think I got you, bugger. I think I did. I don't see anything in my hand, but I don't see the fly anymore. Yeah, but no, it does sound like a euphemism, doesn't it? Okay, stainless, so it's round rather than the octagonal ones. I think they're octagonal, the ones I see over here. But yeah, it sounds like it's the same idea. Uh, well, God, it doesn't last long, does it? So Richard's saying that the use of the tarps was smart, less police attention, and keeps the UV off the tent. Yeah, they're degrading now. The one that's on is the tarps that are on are getting really crackly. When I pull them, um, they're snapping over the ribs, over the poles. The tarps brittle and fraying. Won't last long. But I have got multiple new tarps here ready to go on. Um, it's just I wanted to leave it looking exactly the same to begin with, and over time, like down this side of the tent near the track. Through the day, I end up rolling the tarp up so that the doorway has got a greater airflow in, so people can see the side of the tent, and people who live here and are passing regularly, will be able to see it's a new tent. But I'm introducing the idea gradually, so it's not just fuck off, new tent. So we've had what 10 days now, roughly, and yeah, some people who are passing regularly will see that it's not the same broken down thing that it was. Others just won't notice. A lot of people don't care. I've had the door open a few times, like I said, for airflow. I have had some people stop and gawp in, they're stopping and looking in, because opposite the doorway is my food supply, and it's all organised in shelves and trolleys and looks, by my standards, fairly neat and tidy. Thanks to my pals Adam and Mel who supplied the plastic drawer system, and it was Colleen, I think, wasn't it? It was Colleen just before Christmas that gave me the veg rack with four. That's four metal drawers, four metal shelves. That I've got a whole rack of onions, a whole rack of potatoes, and then two racks that are all sorts of cans and tins and jars and sauces. I've got more mayonnaise than you can shake a fucking stick at. And also melocotton jam. That's peach to you English. I've got at least 4 jars of that stuff. Gonna have to get busy with it. But yeah. Yeah, obviously cheaper to replace taps than to replace a tent. I think to some extent it was also the wind last time around as well. We got battered by some hellish winds really early on. Also, though, this tent has got the same thing as well. It's got air vents at either end and a flap that comes over, and that's part of the guy line system, which I don't really. Pulling on that flap for securing the tent seems like a weakness, and that was the first thing That was the first thing that went at either end, was that flap over the air vents. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. And once those are once those are tied down, have I got a mark on my, what's that? I got a mucky sleeve and no one told me. What the fuck? Oh well. I put a clean t-shirt on for the first time in 3 months and it lasts a day and a half before getting fucked. I don't know. That's not as bad as it sounds. The old one did get rinsed occasionally, just not washed properly. But yeah, once that's all tied down, there's no way to like open and close the ventilation. And when you get a really windy day, you maybe don't want the wind just blowing right through the tent. Yeah, anyway, that's just me. I have my little gripes, not so much about this tent in particular, but just about that design. Cheers, Josie. Swiss Miss hot chocolate powder pouches are the best for hot water. I don't think I know that brand. Should do more buttons rather than the eyelets. For the tarps, yeah, maybe. Next time. Yeah, the buttons worked well where I did use them. New tent, I'm here for the decade. Yeah. I'm hoping to get, what did we get last time? We got 6 or 7 months before the roof tore and blew away. And what got me was that it was 4 separate sections and 3 of them blew away the same day. 3 of them tore and blew away. I think it had to be the ultraviolet. But yeah, the fabric became brittle. I think I used the word frangible at one point, although I had to check whether I'd got the right word, but I think it was. Oh yeah, button. We're using button to mean where you take a piece of the tarp and wrap it around a stone and then tie a slip knot and pull tight and then anchor to the ground. Like a wood crafting button or yeah. It's not a button as in a seamstress. Delta Mike, you got something on your sleeve. Well, oh wow, yeah, I have. Thanks. Thanks for telling me. Hold on. I've got this thing again where the button that says down for more is in the way of the last message. We're saving some pickle brine for cooking and someone poured it. No, the sleeve. Yeah, okay. It'd be great. You'd be really clever to see that sleeve from there. Um, we're saving some pickle brine. Someone poured it. I'm guessing someone of a female persuasion, Thomas. How do I deal with Tina and walking? Is she able to lift her legs properly? No. How do you deal with her going to the toilet? Does she not do it all over herself? No, basically, I've tied a belt around her waist. It's an elasticated belt. It was my belt when I was a bit overweight. Um, tied that around, and it's totally adjustable. It's not a prong through holes. It's just a setting. You slide it to where you want it and fix it. But it is elasticated a little bit. So I've got that around her waist. her front legs work fine. The back legs work sometimes, not others. First thing in the morning, they just don't work at all. And I'm picking her up. She'll walk out of the tent with her front legs, and I have to pick her up and over, and then she walks. And similarly, she was before I was using the belt, she was kind of falling over into her own mess, or there was a risk of her falling over into it. The belt, I'm holding her up. She gets her legs into position when she pees and squats down. Okay, she can't take the weight fully, so I'm supporting the weight. When she's doing the other, I can tell when she's getting ready. I can make sure that she's in position, and I'm taking the weight basically, which is partly why I'm struggling with my back. The slightest wobble or twist from her, and I'm having to take what? She's a 30-kilogram dog in total, so I'm probably taking 15 kilograms at times. And if she wobbles one way or the other, sometimes it drags me off, and I have to step like into a what's the word I'm looking for, guys? A hole in the road. I've lost the vocabulary, but a pothole, and it will jar my back or re-jar my back, and I never get fully healed. I'm constantly living like this. There's just lots of bending and twisting just in daily life anyway. But now I'm carrying the back end of a dog. We don't get to go anywhere. I only get to go usually 20 or 30 meters that way down the road towards the sea. Very occasionally, she'll suddenly feel in the mood and she will walk to the cliff top. She can't walk back though. I'm carrying the back end all the way. Then I'm first thing in the morning when the back legs aren't working at all. She's dragging them and she's scraping the tops of her toes or trying to walk on the tops of her paws. And she has broken one of her what do you call them? Claws, nails. Don't know what the word is, but she's broken it down to the quick, and that makes it even worse. She just doesn't want to put that foot on the ground anywhere now. But we manage. We manage. Chocolate buns. Lost vocabulary. Yeah, I struggle to find words so often. I can stand here for 10 or 20 seconds trying to give myself clues to the word. I do it with people's names. That guy, he was in that film. No, he was the lead actor in that one, or he was the support actor in that. You know the one. He married that Welsh girl, or what, and I'm giving myself clues to try and get myself there. You think my back's because I'm not walking about as much as I used to? Yeah, I used to walk a hell of a lot. Yeah, like during like the second bout of COVID, so in say the October, I was like 4 or 5 times a week. I was walking to Guatemala and back, so that's like 12 or 13 kilometers that way, and obviously the same again back. And I was walking around Guatemala all day, probably doing what 35, maybe 40 kilometers, 3, 4, 5 times a week. I didn't even know I wasn't supposed to. I was passing these traffic stops where the cops were pulling cars over and asking them where they were going, and they never bothered me because I was a pedestrian. And I was walking. They split the country into these health zones, and I was walking out of my health zone right the way through another one into and out of the other end and into a bloody another one right at the and I didn't know. Nobody told me. So yeah, I'm not doing any walking, so that could partly be it. I'm laying down an awful lot, and it's always facing this way because I'm watching videos. My chair was unusable last summer because it was just too hot. Head height and above. Well, head height while sat down was bad. Head height stood up was just unbearable. 50 degrees at the peak of the roof. 50 Celsius, which is what? 100 and 10-ish, maybe. Hold on, let's do the maths. 50, double it, that's 100. Knock off 10%, that's 90. Add 30 to 120, 122. In Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's hot. That's hot. Now, I did have a fan, but I was using that in the doorway to the bedroom. And it was the barrel fan, the cylinder fan I was talking about. I just had to throw that away. So much of the plastic ended up going into that. But laying down a lot, not walking around as much, bending and twisting. This life there's a lot of bending and twisting and picking stuff up. It sounds like nothing, but bending over to pick up 8 kilograms of water, 8 liters of water, to pour some out into a pan that's down at ground level, and once it's boiled, you got to pick that up and pour your coffee. And then I'm carrying a dog around, and half a dog, anyway. I'm trying to stabilize her. Yeah, it takes a toll. It takes a toll, and I'm not a young man. Look at the color of the beard. I'm not a young man anymore. If I get rid of it, look, it's only white. All right, you see, I can't see. It's only white from here downwards. If I get rid of the beard, I look a lot younger, but I'm still old, really, even though I look younger. Such is life. Other messages? Am I missing anything? The thingamajig, yeah. Losing core strength. Could be. But, I mean, I first ragged it just stepping around Tina. She was in front of me and I wanted to get to her food. And I had to take my right leg and go past on the left. And she moved and I just had to adjust. And I ragged my back. And I never get like a full week without aggravating it. And I've never gone through so many painkillers in my life. I've never been one for doctors, folks. I've been to a doctor maybe 3 times in my adult life. I went once after about 10 years, and the doctor joked, "I'll see you again in 10 years." When I next went to the doctor, that doctor had long gone, and so had the entire surgery. I had to go to an entirely different building to see a doctor, register with a new bunch, and then they had to try and trace my records. Yeah. Never been one for doctors. Never been one for painkillers, really. 2 or 3 per year. It's some kind of, something and nothing usually. I used to get I used to call it eye ache, like a headache, but right at the back of one eye or other. My eyes, when I'm tired, my eyes diverge. I am wall eye, I think they call it, don't they? I am that when I'm either tired or hungover. Sometimes tired is a synonym's not the right word, a euphemism for hungover, isn't it? But so really occasionally I would take a painkiller. But there have been some days, like the other day when we were doing the tent, when we were emptying it, putting the new one up and then bringing stuff back in. I took 5 that day. And one of them was one of these. Is that back? That's going to be backwards for you. You can see the 1G over here though, yeah? 1 gram. So we're not messing about with 100 milligrams or 200 milligrams. It's just a gram. And likewise, I think that oh no, that's not ibuprofen. That's a paracetamol as well. That one's 500 milligrams. I got some big chunky ibuprofen around here as well somewhere. I don't think I've really taken any of those yet, but I probably should. Those are probably better for a back because of the way they reduce swelling. But 50C is far too high. Yeah, it's Spain, it gets hot anyway. It can be upwards of 35 just standing outside in the sun. It can be headed, well, no, it can be 35 in the shade in summer, 40, 45 in the sun, and then we're inside a big plastic envelope. Gets hot. What can you do? My fan was good though. My fan was good. Someone is telling you they want you on your back. Could be. What? What's Thomas on with? Went to the doctor to get your nose normal once. Should have listened to my neighbour who offered to fix it with a chopstick. Same procedure. Broken nose is this? Or some kind of clearing of chopstick? Yeah, usually it's fists. Don't you, if it's broken, don't you just pinch it and like yank it one way or the other depending on where the break is? Humidity is the decider. Anything over 40 is pushing it, but humidity is the decider. Yeah, but this was why I just didn't use that room or that chair. This is why last summer, I spent most of my time down here at floor level or 2 mattresses above floor level. And Tina would go into the corner, actually on the floor in the northeast corner, the coolest corner of the tent. The part that basically never gets the sun on it or very early first thing in the morning. So down here, this corner is the coolest part on the floor. Lowest point and no sun because the sun starts over there, works its way around, finishes over there. That's the coolest part. She's clever. She can't get there in this tent. It's not as wide. Certainly the bedroom's not as wide. Much bigger gutters, much bigger gaps down the sides. But yeah, this some folks. We had this conversation once about how I got my face kicked in literally and all my teeth kicked out, and I think you said that you'd been kicked in the face. Yeah, yeah, that was how I lost my final 7 teeth. Punched with someone with metal, what not an actual roll of coins, but that sized kind of lump of metal. Punched, knocked to the ground, pierced, a tooth stuck through the cheek or through the. It's not really cheek, is it? But through the lip here, and this was where I got the cut here that ran across there and had this thing hanging down. And once I was down on the floor, they kicked me, and yeah, my last 7 teeth were gone. And a set of plastic false teeth smashed to smithereens. Those came out and got stamped on the floor. I should have been able to get a free set because I was the victim of a violent assault, but the waiting time was between 12 months and 18 months. And I had a business to run. I couldn't be waiting that long, so I had to go out and have a new set made from scratch with no imprints of the original teeth. Because there hadn't been enough teeth anyway. But that was interesting. I had to go back a few days later to the dentist and tell him that it felt like I still had one of my teeth here. And it felt like it was a tooth there covered in gum. And he said, preposterous, no. And I said, no, really, it literally felt like, and he did the x-ray thing. And there was like half a tooth still there. But the gum had swollen up and over and sealed, or was starting to seal. And yeah, I had a tooth still there, or a significant proportion of one. Such is life. Violence. They say it never solves anything, but I say World War II and World War One. Nothing lasting but a dent in your pride. I got a nice scar on my top lip from my kicking. Which is why I like to try and keep mustache, even if I don't keep the rest. My top lip looks like it needs a mustache, even when it doesn't have one. It was nicer when it was, when it was a proper colour rather than this rubbish. And I went for about 5 years where I had grey patches. So I had a darker tash, but with grey patches, and it looked lopsided as fuck. Hello, Stephanie. You're live late. Yeah, TrampCast Hangout. It's just random chat with you guys. How's Canada? Let's not do politics, but just how's life in Canada? What time is it? Okay, 12:30-ish, just after. Um, Cheers, folks. Hotter than I expected. I must have made this 2.5 hours ago. It's almost too hot. Just not quite. Yeah, new Prime Minister. The bloke who used to run the Bank of England. Can't remember his name right now, but his signature used to be on the notes. Oh, don't say that. Oh, Donegal, you've kicked it off now. 29 degrees on Tuesday. That's a good temperature. Didn't you have snow on the ground the last time we talked? Fuck. How have you gone from that to being hotter than here? Then 13, then rain. I don't know. Mark Carney, that's the chap. Yeah. Amsterdam, sunny but windy. Oh yeah, it was pretty windy here earlier. If you saw any of the TrampCast earlier, the proper TrampCast, not this random stuff that we're doing here, but the proper one where I actually had something to talk about that was structured in some way. Ontario is weird, and I've got this again where the last message is covered. Snow keeps the plants refrigerated. I thought it kind of insulated them as well, though. A good covering of snow protects from like the -30 stuff or -20 or whatever. Good for the spring runoff. Yeah, that sounds like 1 minute it's winter, the next minute it's summer. I mean, I don't know how you cope with that. At least here, we never get a winter. It gets a little bit rainy, but it never gets cold. What was the coldest this winter? I think we had one. I think I had one night where it got down to 3 degrees here, +3. No, none of your negative rubbish. Snowed once in 100 years in Torrevieja, 4 or 5 years ago. No, maybe 5 or 6 years ago now. Time's passing. Snowed once in 100 years. Just not cold, just doesn't get cold. Yeah, -30, that's just crazy. Like my mate Ismo, I don't know if Ismo's still here. He gets that in Finland, -30s and -40s. I've got no idea how anybody copes with that. Shorts and flip-flops. I wore shorts literally all winter, and now into spring. I haven't put a pair of long pants on in, it must be 12 months now. But that's just because it doesn't get cold. I think I said on camera once or maybe twice that I actually got cold one day. But Canadians can probably wear shorts in winter because they're never outside. You get into your car while it's inside the garage connected to the house. The doors come up, you drive out. You go where you're going, you go straight inside whatever building you're going to. At -30, you're not going to spend time actually outside, I wouldn't have thought. Not more than the 10 seconds from the door to the office or supermarket or whatever. What's the not at all to something I've just said? Are you contradicting me, or are you agreeing that you never step outside for any length of time? You go sledding, okay, in shorts. That'd be fun. Quick smoke breaks, then back to the fire. -40. Does sledding work at those temperatures? I thought sledding was like snowballs. The weight that you put on the snow or ice needs to melt it slightly to work. And below -10 or 12, I think we had this conversation once, you can't make a snowball properly because you can't get the pressure to actually melt the stuff either in your hand or under the tobogganing. Okay. Farmer has cleared snow in shorts. Okay. Tobogganing. Yeah, we have that word. We have that word. I'm not sure what the tobogganing is. Is it a flat surface, whereas sledging is on runners? But I could be totally wrong because I know nothing. What's the? Okay, Josie's off to sleep. Good night over in Amsterdam. You're overthinking this, Delta Mike. What about the physics of how snow melts? Snow and ice melts under pressure. You never seen the experiment where you take two weights and a piece of string and put it across ice, across a block of ice, and the string descends through the block of ice, but the ice refreezes over the top of the string, so you end up with a string through the center of the block of ice. Pressure melts water, it goes through, and then the water refreezes because it's no longer under pressure. I'm sure that snowballs is the same principle. You press it, melts it slightly, let go, re-solidifies, and then you've got your snowball. And the same with the runners on a sled or sleigh. Is sleigh is there a noun and a verb in there somewhere? You sledge on a sleigh. I don't know. Complicated language, words, doesn't work. So many memes so many Canadian memes of people in shorts in snow. Couldn't do that in England. Yeah, I don't know. The snow just feels so wet. It's constantly on the brink of melting, so it's all just so wet on you. Now Jack Attack's just talking gibberish. Griswold aluminium saucer sled. Are you just hitting the keyboard at random now? What does that even mean? Griswold, isn't that what's the series of films? The comedy with Chevy Chase. Yeah. Griswold. I can't remember the series of films. Maybe I'm just going off on a tangent. Maybe I'm wrong. Windy nights, heavy snow, hell no. Right, string on ice cube. Yeah, salt can help as well because that changes the melting point or freezing point, which are the same thing. It's a triple point technically, isn't it? I can't remember why. I think because once it melts, it can also evaporate. So it becomes, it's the freezing point, the melting point, and the evaporation point, but not the boiling point. Something like that, because science. Snowmobiles. Skidoo. Hello, Frank. When did you arrive? Did I miss you? Did I miss something? Snowmobiles back before the 2000s, but after that it was hit or miss. for good snowmobiling weather where you're at. Oh, okay. This is the global warming-y thing. Or is it? Maybe maybe it's just cyclical. We're not doing that one again. We're not doing that one. Steak and steak. Where did we get that from? Snowmobiles were invented in Canada. Is Skidoo a brand name? Because I thought that was the term for them back when I first learnt about them. A sleigh is a sled in Norwegian. We have both of those terms. Hook up to a horse or dogs or reindeer, yeah. And away we go with Santa. And National Lampoon, thank you, Jack Attack, yeah. Griswold Christmas movie. Now everyone's jumping in with National. You see, whenever brain fart and I can't make the connections. Best snow was before 1997. Where I was from, Barnsley, South Yorkshire, the 70s was peak snow. The 70s. I don't remember anything. I moved away from there early to mid 80s, 84. Lancaster and Morecambe just doesn't happen, or very rarely, because seaside and salt air and all sorts of other reasons. Protected by hills on three sides, Lake District, Troffer Bowland, and some Cumbria. Yeah, Cumbria. I don't know. We got hills around three sides, and the other side is saltwater, so we doesn't snow. Just when it does, you know about it. But Lancaster, there's a hill like that, and there was just like a centimetre of snow, but the whole thing was frozen, and you couldn't walk up the hill. You couldn't get up the hill on foot. And the local council didn't do the gritting and salting thing. So I don't remember any decent snow after the 70s, basically. Remember watching a comet back in 94.5. Yeah, the comet was named after the two discoverers. It wasn't Hale Bopp, that's something else. Or was it? No. What? It broke up into 4 or 5 pieces and they all hit separately and made their own little storm things. I remember it. It's not Hale Bopp. If I saw it, I would know it. Pressure causes ice to melt under your skates. This is true. Frank just got here, okay. Or at least back when I asked, which was at 46, so that's nearly 5 minutes ago. This is how far behind I am. Eddie and the cat electrocuted. Is this the Griswold still? Freeze. I got no idea where we're going with half of this. Okay, Skidoo, part of Bombardier, which makes jets and jet skis and even metro cars for railroads. Okay. '75 or '77 storm in northeastern North America. Okay, you had bad storm in the '70s. Oh, scratching. Huge blizzard in '78 in Ontario. Oh, Vestanor, I didn't see you there. Hello. Now, see, going back to these bad weathers and storms and things, you see, that was one of my topics, wasn't it? Power outages and prepping and survival-y stuff. Get yourselves an EcoFlow or a Jackery or one of the others, Bluetti, Anchor, All Power. Basically one of these power stationy things like mine over here. Tina, have you farted? Like my EcoFlow over here. Because power outages are a thing, as we learnt this week in Spain. Did we not? If you're new in here, folks, if you popped in, a like would be appreciated. Hit that thumbs up. Share if you dare, as I put in the pinned comment. And you want to select all messages in the chat rather than top chat, otherwise you might miss something. On with the show. Hold on. I've skipped forward past a few. Not too many. Or maybe. Hold on. Schumacher Haley. No, that doesn't say. Schumacher Levy, wasn't it? Schumacher Levy. Halley or Haley is the other one, the one that comes around every 76 years or so. I'm going to hang on for it the next time around. Definitely Schumacher Levy. I'm still scrolling back. I'm okay. There was Vestenor with the thumbs up. I saw that. So I'm now I'm scrolling forwards again. So Frank used to wait for the wetlands to freeze over, so they could make it through to the woods on snowmobiles back in the 90s. Watch the spelling, said Frank. That was the Schumacher thing, the comet. Stephanie, yes, 77, 78, two big storms. I got no idea what Fimbul winter means. Possibly a strange Norwegian term. Fimbul. Sorry, I'm not taking the piss really, Thomas. The 77 storm didn't hit where Stephanie was, but the 78 did. And the snow was past the roof. Wow. You see that in films. I couldn't imagine that in real life. Okay. It's an end of times, an end of days kind of prediction. 3 years of nothing but winter immediately before Ragnarok. Now, this Ragnarok word, I met a bloke the other day called Ragnar. Is there a root there? Is there a stem word that means something? I know that Ragnarok is like the end of Midgard or Earth or whatever, but why would a person be called Ragnar? I must mean something, must be linked somehow. So in the winter storm of 78, I think we're talking about here, Stephanie. Yeah, it was crazy. People were stuck at work and at schools. Mum was a teacher, stuck at school all night long with the other teachers and the kids. Wow. Cheers, Veston. The big snow of 82. Don't remember that one, Jack Attack. I remember either 76 or 77 going to school and it was waist high in places. That was like maybe a drift, snow drift. But it was knee high in other places. And I remember one day where we were in school, we'd arrived and there was no snow and it started to snow. And by the time we left, it was knee high. Knee high to a 10-year-old, you know what I mean? It's not a man-sized knee high, but still. For that to just happen in the few hours that you're at school. 38 to 42, so we're looking at what, a meter? 36 would be about a meter, wouldn't it? So a meter fell in 3 days. That's quite a lot. The ice storm of 98, says Stephanie. Hurts the maple syrup production. I've seen a few of these where America and Canada and all the trees freeze and like even the sea freezes and stuff. Never really been anywhere that cold. Yeah, there was one a few years ago, wasn't there, where they gave it a name. Was it the Arctic reverse or something? They said it was the jet stream had come too far south, and then it hung there. Arctic reversal, Arctic something or other. I can't remember, but yeah, everything has to be named nowadays. Have you noticed this? All of the full moons get a different name. Oh, it's a blood moon. It's a harvest this. It's a something that. Everything's named so that the press can hype it up and publicise it. Why don't you? The Muppet Show. Farmer's doing the theme from the Muppets for some reason. Am I missing a reference somewhere? Okay, folks, are we going to hit 20 on the thumbs up sometime soon? That'd be nice. I've got a feeling that the record for while we're live is somewhere around 22 or 23 likes actually while we're live. And then it kind of doubles over the next day or two as people drop in and watch the watch it on demand. So how many of you consider yourself equipped and ready for a kind of a power outage? If the power went off now, how are you sorted? How are you fixed? You all got your head torches to hand, and your electric your USB powered lanterns, and your eco flows to keep the power. Oh, and your fairy lights. You got to have your battery powered. I think I showed this earlier, but not everybody who's here now would have been here then. These are great. Let me try and demonstrate. I'm going to turn the other light off. I'll turn the big light off as we would have said when we were kids. Might take the camera a minute to adapt. Okay, it was brighter than that earlier. Where am I? Oh, I'm looking the wrong way, am I? That's my feet again. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. That's not bad lighting from just a set of fairy lights for a Christmas tree. Camera will probably adjust over time. Your eyes do, certainly. Your eyes adjust, and that's my night light. That's on all night. That string of fairy lights, and I can see what's going on around. And if anything weird happens, I've always got I'm usually wearing the head torch, so we're all sort of there. I'll put the big light back on, but whoa, okay, where are we brightness wise? Full, medium, that's the one. Medium's the one. What are people saying? Who's prepared for a power outage? I think it's Waldorf. I think that was the other one, wasn't it? It was Waldorf and Statler, the two old blokes on the balcony. Okay, how many minutes behind am I? It says 12:59 that. Oh, I'm only 2 minutes behind. I'm not doing too bad. Bunch of battery packs could probably do with an EcoFlow. Oh, bloke sent me some money earlier and said it was by way of like commission for recommending, because EcoFlow aren't going to pay me for recommending them. But he sent me a few quid and said that's by way of commission for. A lot of people don't even know that this category of product exists. That you've got basically like a generator but doesn't need doesn't need the petrol or diesel or whatever you would. Propane's another one, isn't it, that some of them run on. But as long as you can like either charge it up from the wall socket before the power cut happens, or solar, just having this EcoFlow charged from a wall socket, it would take less than 1 hour to charge from empty to full via a power lead, and you put it in a cupboard and wait until you need it. Some people would say don't charge them fully if you're just putting them to one side to store if you're not using them. Charge them somewhere between 50 and 80. And if you get a warning of like a storm on the way or something, then you can charge them up to 100%. You pays your money, you takes your choice, folks. You pays your money, you takes your choice. But a lot of people don't even know that these are a thing, which is why all these YouTubers have been sent free models, free samples to review and tell people about them. But a lot of the guys that are reviewing them don't even know their terminology, mixing up their watts and their watt hours, mixing up their input wattage with the output wattage, mixing up the continuous output with the peak output that it will do for 3, 5, 10 seconds at the beginning. And I keep hearing, some of the people that have been sent these things to review just don't know what they're talking about. It's not like I'm some kind of electrical genius, but it just irks me to hear people who are basically, they're not like being paid to review, apart from the 300 or the 500 or the £1,000, dollars, euros equipment that they're being sent. You know what I mean? That's if that ain't payment for a review, I don't know what is. So they're somehow being compensated in order to do a review, and then they talk bullshit and mix up their terminology and mislead people about what it can do. Get a solar panel, yeah. Get one of these power banks, an EcoFlow, Bluetti, Jackery. I've said before, Jackery was like the market leader once upon a time, and then they went to sleep. When everybody was changing over to lithium iron phosphate, LiFePO4 or LifePO4, however you want to pronounce it, Jackery was just sticking with the old lithium tech, and that was disconnected, reconnected. I was just saying Jackery stuck with the old lithium battery chemistry rather than lithium iron phosphate, and those degrade quickly. After a few hundred uses, you're only getting 80% of the original capacity, and a few more hundred uses, you're getting 80% of that 80%, so 64%. Lithium iron phosphate, you get thousands of cycles before you get the degradation down to 80%. Solar panels are great. I mean, I started off here just with a foldable one, and it was only a USB output. It was 5 volts, 2.1 amps with 2 sockets, but it was enough to keep my phone and tablet that I had at the time, and I had a Kindle tablet and a Kindle book reader, Kindle Fire tablet and book reader, before I got flooded out and everything got ruined. Something basic like that is enough for, it costs like 30 quid, 30 euros or so. Still got it, but it got all crackly and defaced on the front, which is when 2 guys stepped in and got me some 10 watt, a 10 watt panel. Hard, a solid panel rather than foldable. And then they got me a solar charge controller and a 12 volt battery. And it grew from there. They got me a second panel. And then later on I got this panel and the EcoFlow. I don't do bad for a tramp, do I? Well, I listed everything the other week. So I've got the EcoFlow, I've got the solar panel, and I've got the cool box, the electric cool box. I've got what's the word I'm looking for? I've got a fiber optic Christmas tree. I've got a television. I had 2 fans. I've got 2 sets of hair clippers. Obviously, I've got lights and things and these batteries. The phone, don't forget the phone. That was gifted to me or donated to me. I'm missing some. I've got the electric blanket from Adam and Mel at the back end of winter. I'm sure I'm missing loads of other things. Oh, slow cooker. I got a slow cooker, electric slow cooker. I thought about whether or not I could get. You have more than 2 fans, Delta Mike. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I get it. But yeah, no, my air movement devices, air circulation devices. I'm sure I'm missing loads of other stuff that I've got that's not coming to mind. But considering I moved into this field with um, a bedroll, a cushion, a dog, and maybe 30 or 40 litres of water that I carried down from the park. I've not done too bad. I picked up a criminal record along the way because police. But you know, when you're homeless, you have interactions with the police and things happen. But it's not something that'll ever matter. If I get back to the UK, who's going to be bothered that I don't even know what I was charged with in the end. I was never told what I was charged with. I was never present in a courtroom while decisions were made. I was never asked to give evidence. Foreign countries and their legal system. What can you do? I was just presented with a choice of 3 months in jail or a €450 fine, which I haven't paid. Need the teardrop tattoo. That's only for murderers, but yeah, I appreciate the sentiment. Got lots of fans. I hit 1,300 today. Subscribers, anyway. I don't know about fans. Some people follow me just to keep track of my nonsense or what they view as my nonsense. Not all subscribers are fans, but yeah, such is life. Such is life. Okay, folks, what do you think? We're on 2 hours. Have we got any major topics to touch, or are we about done? What did we do earlier? We only did 2 hours earlier, I think, didn't we? So we're only on 4 hours for the day. Appreciating the thumbs up, folks. If we do end it soon, if you haven't hit it already, maybe consider it on the way out. If you haven't subscribed, why not? It's free. Let me put this down. I'm waving it around a bit much. Stabilize the picture a little bit and we'll decide whether we're carrying on or not. How's the food supply situation? It's a bit tricky. I've got lots of bits. Doesn't always add up to meals. Although I do have. So I've got lots of onions. I've got lots of pasta. And I've got tins of tomatoes and similar. I've got lots of spices and dried herbs and stuff. Does that add up to a bolognese? Kind of, sort of, almost. I've got rice and similarly onions. I've got some packs of cream for cooking. I've also got 1 or 2 dessert ones. I've got squirty cream as well somehow. But sometimes it's difficult to look at and find. I've got lots of like powdered mashed potato. And I've got, like I said, I've got flavorings and things. So I did one in a video not long ago. A pan full of mashed potato, and then I threw in some chipotle spice mix, pepper mix, however you want to word it. and that was lovely. So just squirty cream, another euphemism, if you want it to be, farmer, if you want it to be. Um, but I've got lots. The thing is, I don't get to go shopping. Um, I can't. I can't take Tina to the supermarket. It's a kilometre away, so it's a good 10-minute walk there. 10 minutes around the shop and 10 minutes to get back. She wouldn't. She wouldn't have a chance. Uh the only person I could leave her with is the guy the other side of the field. That doesn't work. But I've got friends who bring me things. So when Karen's here, she'll offer to get me some shopping. Anthony brought me some bits or brings me some bits. Tom just left the country and brought me a bag of, remnants from his. Josie, that was in chat earlier, her and her husband brought me 2 bags. Uh, so yeah, people bring me people are kind. People bring me things. Josie and Peter, her husband, brought me an 18-kilogram bag of dog food. I mean, I've got more. If you saw the video earlier, if you saw the TrampCast proper, I got these 2 big tote boxes that are just full of. The bottom one's full of dog food. The top one is full of dog snacks, and then there's the 18-kilogram bag of dog food, and then there's one of the big drawers in my plastic array of drawers there that's all dog snacks. I got more. She gets more. She gets more tonnage of food than I do. But I often make like chips, French fries. You would call them. I've got a frying pan. I've got cooking oil. I can make I can make all sorts. I've got hot dog sausages and proper sausages, and I've got more onions than I can shake a stick at. I need to get those used. Some of them have got really long sprouts off the top that I can cut off and use as, and chop up the green from the stem and use that as onion in it of itself, rather than the bulb of the onion. But sometimes it's awkward because I can't get to the shop and buy on the spur of the moment, or buy what I need to make a meal up. I don't get much in the way of meat. Yeah, meat's lacking from my diet. Tins of fish. I've got lots of tins of sardines, some tins of tuna, but occasionally I've got pate somewhere here. I've got some pate, meat paste if you prefer. Um, but cooking a lump of meat is an infrequent thing. Um, Occasionally someone's brought me some meat, like some chicken or something, but then we'll have bad weather and I can't get out and cook it, and the thing will be on the turn by the time I get to it. That's another awkwardness when I do get meat. Um, Occasionally I'll get some boiled ham, or some of the, what in England we would call Parma ham, or would have back in the day, your Serrano hams, your cured rather than cooked hams. Um, but yeah, meat. I think meat is lacking from my diet. Um, I make up the protein with chickpeas and lentils and things like that, which I've got plenty of. Um, no bread at the minute. No bread. Things like that, folks. Things like that, but awkward. When I've got butter or margarine, I've got maybe a week at most to get that eaten. Otherwise, it turns all kind of cheesy and it goes off. It goes rank. Um, I did a video thanking them, but well, they got a mention. They came on the day that the tent was being taken down, and I got a little frazzled and I couldn't remember Peter's name. I had to caption it in the video because I couldn't. Is there a grocery store near you that you could purchase something? It's the one that's a kilometre away. The Mercadona is the what I would call a supermarket and you would call a grocery store. Um, there's no real convenience store, nothing closer. There's a Mercadona, and just before it, there's an Aldi. But what someone did for me once is they ordered from the Mercadona and had it delivered, and I met the delivery driver up at the where am I pointing? In totally the wrong direction. Up at the Repsol garage, at the top of the road. They gave him the address of the Repsol garage, and I met him there. But yeah. So like they used to accept PayPal, and they don't anymore. But I had this card, but now the card's non-functional. I'm waiting for a replacement. But yeah, I do all right. It's a 10-minute walk when you can walk, but I can't because dog. Um, yeah, it's not easy. But I've got friends, I've got support, I've got people bring me things. Um, my friend Anthony, when he was here recently, he was coming in the morning and bringing me a breakfast a couple of times a week. Or sometimes it would be like a whole breakfast but on a sandwich. He brought me a whole baguette just stuffed with sausages, like one giant, humongous hot dog, um, but with proper sausages. Um, Maybe one more. What's that, Thomas? Do I need to backtrack for something, or is there? If we can find topics to talk about, and if there's enough of you here to keep going, I'm happy to keep going. I've got I've got a can of beer here somewhere that I can get to eventually. You see, Thomas is thinking along the same lines as me. Maybe one more drink before bed. Oh, Jack Attack suggests sticking with coffee. I've got Emdbrow, the origins of which I've got no idea about. I think it's a supermarket own brand, but I thought that about Steinberg, and then it turned out it came from Belgium. I still think it's a supermarket's own brand, but just I can't imagine Mercadona, a Spanish supermarket, having beer made in Belgium. There's no origin on this. Distributed by Font Salem SL Salem Valencia España. That's who it's distributed by. Does that mean under license of European market distribution? Distributed by doesn't necessarily mean made by, does it? There's no. I don't see any origin, but the name's got it's got the dots either side of the A. I don't know what they're called. It's not umlaut, is it? Two dots above a letter. I can't remember, but it's going to be reversed for you. But that's what language would that be with the two dots on the A? Yeah, beer before bed. Yeah, that's always a good idea. I've been known to wake up in the middle of the night. If I fall asleep with half a can there, I've been known to wake up in. I'm not letting it go to waste. Farmaster's German. I suspected that, but I'm not sure. But you would have thought he would said somewhere though, yeah. And it's only 4.5% by volume. Maybe I'm missing something because I'm reading in the dark. I don't know. I'll never get used to these small cans. 330 mil. In England, our cans are what, 450 normally and 500 when you get the bigger ones. 440 normally and 500 when you get the bigger ones. So cans of beer in Europe always feel small. Sorry, folks, I forgot. Cheers. Cheers to you guys for being here. Cheers to the subscribers. And yeah, the donors, everyone who helped with the tent. And just raising awareness, even if you didn't donate. Just being here and hitting the thumbs up and helping giving the algorithm a push. Cheers, guys and gals. Skål, Thomas. Skål. Fantasize strength. You get half-litre cans in Norway, Thomas, yeah? I don't think I've ever seen a half-litre can here. Not sure. Don't remember seeing half a litre. Oh, is that a brow sounds German? It does, doesn't it? And the two dots, whatever they're called. Am I right in saying it's not umlaut? Umlaut's something different, isn't it? Or is it? I don't know the names of the various. I remember the. No, I don't. I was going to say circumflex, the hat above letters in French. And then you had the. Like the number 5 under the C's. Is that called a cedilla? In French? I might be making that up and pulling that out of my backside. There's an acute and a grave, depending on which way that single line that slopes goes. Again, that's probably just French. I don't know. This today, farmer, 8 pints of draft with a meal at a Peruvian restaurant. 2 for 1 with frozen. Oh, I do like frozen mugs. That's one thing I like over here in bars. Not that I've been to any bars in the last. I have. I was taken out. Okay, I tell a lie. I've maybe been to 4 bars or been to bars 4 times in the 2.5 years that I've been in this field. Yeah, some friends invited me down to a bar there. I've been taken to Tweety's, the fish and chip cafe bar, and as well as being taken there, Binny Belinda Bella, who's here sometimes, the lady with 1,000 names, she sent me money to take myself down there once. That was when Tina could only just make it that far, and I took us up a staircase rather than going up in the lift. That was the last time I had to. She almost fell backwards down the stairs. I had to catch her and grab her. At one point, I was almost dragging her up not dragging her up, but stopping her fall by pulling on the lead on the collar. So that was the last time that we went by stairs. It was when someone else took us. It was elevators, lifts. After that, but yeah, and Karen took me to a place for breakfast once, the captain's table. Yeah, the captain's table, which is the other side of Torrevieja, off down towards. I can never remember the names of those places that way, to the south of Torrevieja. No idea. Grapefruit radler. So a radler is like a shandy, but yeah, we get radlers here, but like lemonade. Um, grapefruit radler. That sounds interesting. Wasn't it? It's intended to be a drink for cyclists, or that was the explanation I was told at some point. Yeah, Farmer had his pints and his frozen mugs, but didn't get a buzz from it. You know that can be dangerous. I've done that a few times where I've knocked a few back, and sessions on kind of thing. It's going really well. Yeah, but it's not. It's not working. It's not working. And then you wake up the next morning and it's like, oh fuck, what happened? Um, that that can. I had that white lager in. I was in Holland, wasn't I? Kerkrade, Kerkrade, right down near Maastricht at the bottom end, at the southern end. And yeah, the white lager was the strong stuff. And I was just drinking it and I was back. It felt like I was back at the bar every 5 minutes. I was getting one, and it was in this vase-shaped fucking silly glass. And I don't know why, but some of those tall glasses make it seem like nothing. It's like it evaporates out of the bloody glass. And I literally felt like I was backwards and forwards to the bar every. It can't have been more than 10 or 15 minutes. And everyone's like, slow down, this is strong stuff. And I'm like, no, I'm fine, there's nothing. And the next thing you know, you've got no legs. Still, um, still feel totally rational and totally with it. Probably looked like a gargoyle from the outside, but I felt sober as a judge. But my legs were just gone. It's just like, I don't know. Yeah, not good. Grapefruit Radler. Umlaut, you thought it was umlaut, yeah. Accenteg. Is this a word for accent? Could be. Brewed in Germany, but with a different European marketing distribution. Whoa, look at that. It just jumped to the bottom. How far back do I have to go? Oh, I am. Oh, I'm not that far off. I'm not that far away, folks. Okay. The French accents throw me for a loop any day. Um, I watched, what's he called? Rob Words. Rob Words is the channel. He talks about words and their meanings and their origins and development. And I watched he did a video, it's called something like How to Read French Without Knowing Any French. And a lot of their accents signal that certain letters have been removed. Étudiant, which is student or student, or however that works. But there's an accent on, I think, either on the E or the T, and it signals, oh, there used to be an S here and we've removed it. So, étudiant is estudiant, and obviously just ignore the initial E because I don't know why it's there. Um, but you get that in a lot of their words. They've the S disappeared for some reason, but they leave a mark to tell you that that's what happened, and that's all the accent means. It doesn't mean change pronunciation. It doesn't mean push down here and give emphasis like some of the Spanish accents mean. It just means, oh yeah, there used to be an S here and we've ditched it. I mean, I don't know. And you watch that video, and suddenly you can read half of their words that otherwise you wouldn't be able to read. Um, one of the most notable ones that he teaches you, and it's a complicated. When you first look at the French word, you've got no idea what it means. But with two or three of the rules he teaches you, suddenly you can read, oh, that word says squirrel. And it's obvious by the time you see it. Yeah, fascinating. But why you would use an accent to indicate that we used to have a certain letter here and now we don't? And I think one of them means we used to have a certain letter and we've replaced it with this different letter entirely. Why would you need to mark that in the actual word? I don't know. But Rob Words, it's a fascinating channel. So it wasn't today Fama had his 8 beers. A few days ago, chicken breast with black beans and salad, and a soup. Morisco, a seafood soup. Yeah. Oh, you. I translated it and then you explained it. I funnily enough, Spanish I can kind of read a little bit. Yeah. Although soap did used to throw me when I first arrived in Spain because I thought that would be soap. It sounds like it should be soap, but soap is jambon or jambon because J's as in Torrevieja. Yeah. Peruvian food is very nice. I'm sure it is. Was the seafood soup spicy? Is that why the beer didn't really hit you? Sometimes spicy food can make it so that your beer doesn't feel like it's having an effect. Yeah, see, in England we have shandy, which is traditionally that would be proper beer, ale. The dark brown stuff mixed with lemonade, and it's mainly sold as a kids' drink and doesn't have any alcohol in it. Unless that's changed nowadays. I've been away for a while. I think it's 9 years now. But yeah, shandy. Now there is like a euphemism or a no, I don't know. We'll not go there. Ceviche fish. So the fish is very fresh. It's got a hole in it. Where are we going now? How far behind am I? That was at 28. I'm 7 minutes behind. I'm getting further behind. Jack Attack's laughing that something's got a hole in it, and I've got no idea where he's going with that. The last thing he was talking about was the beer and the distribute. Oh, yeah. Also, that Thomas, jamon versus jabon. Yeah, yeah. Ham versus soap. But sopa versus soup is a kind of a false friend or false cognate, as we people that do languages call them. I don't. I call them false friends. But yeah, etymology. Yeah. Susie Dent and Giles Brandreth do a good podcast as well. I don't think it's on YouTube, but I think it's just. Is it downloadable from the BBC? Giles Brandreth and Susie Dent got famous on Countdown. I guess Giles Brandreth did as well to an extent, but he also became an MP. He tells a lot of good stories as well. He is a good raconteur when it comes to the story he tells about meeting this little old lady on the beach in some Saint-Tropez or somewhere, and he gets talking to this. He sees this little old lady coming towards him, kind of waving and saying hello. The little old lady, Mick Jagger, so shriveled and wrinkled and old looking that he thought it was a little old lady. He just tells some good stories, but they discuss. It's called something like the Purple People. And it's all about etymology, words, their meanings, their origins, derivations, how they change over time. What's the classic? Hold on. There's a word. Oh, I'm not going to be able to remember it, am I? So some words in English, there's a long version and a short version, and people think that the long version is posh and that us plebs are shortening words to this other thing just by cutting it off and dropping consonant not consonants. What do you call them? Syllables. Fuck. And it turns out that no, the proper word is the short one, and it's just pretentious pillocks adding and extending the word to try and sound posh, to try and sound more educated or more refined. And then you get words like apron. Here's one. An apron. So an apron is something you wear to protect yourself from splashes from food or whatever. And in English, if the word begins with a consonant, and an if it begins with a vowel, an apron. But it turns out that the proper word for apron was actually napron. And it was a napron. But when people said an apron, somehow it became an apron. And we removed the N from the beginning of the word. And also all those words that have got a silent K at the beginning, like a knight in shining armor and a knife. Those should all really be pronounced with the K, knife and knight, because they're from German roots, and the Germans pronounce the K, the K. Anyway, I'm off on tangents. Purple People is a good podcast, and Rob's Words on YouTube. Well, I know. She would mark it with a. Am I missing something here? You can read French. Hold on. I'm still lost on Jack Attacks. It's got a hole in it. They put like big corn kernels, like Incan corn. I can't remember the name of it. Oh, now I'm. Oh, you're talking about food still. Okay, corn kernels, like Incan corn. It's just like sweet corn. You see, sweet corn that's not really corn. It's sweet corn maize. It is, isn't it? Because in Spanish it's maize dulce, or maíz dulce if you're in a place that does the th. So sweet corn isn't corn. So yeah. So Thomas, I can read it at basic level, but pronunciation. I'm guessing he's talking about French still. We might be talking about Spanish, because he went on with jamon versus jabon. The soup wasn't spicy for me. I saw that, and I read the ceviche raw fish thing. Thin sliced lemon. Yeah, the lemon cures certain foods, doesn't it? You don't need to cook everything. Some things can just be left to dry. Some things can be dipped in a vinegar or some other acid. So lemon or orange juice or some things can work. Some things you just dip in salt and you're good. Oh, the evaporating pint tumbler. Okay, Jack Attack explained himself because I'm still too far down. Still too far up. I haven't caught up. The evaporating pint tumbler. Honestly, it reminds me of this was more of a vase, open and fluted at the top. Is it where it comes out? But it reminds me of one when I was still in. Oh no, I wasn't at school. I was a little bit older. Morecambe used to have a fairground. What was it called? It went all Western themed. Frontierland. Morecambe Frontierland. And there was like a cabaret show in there, and me and a mate bunked off of College of Further Education, so not uni college, which I went to later, with the same bloke, but but I nicked off from College of FE one day. We went down the Slotty Arcade for a while, and then we went to Frontierland, and we went into this cabaret show, and we got and it was a straight glass, like literally no bubble at the top, no, just literally, but it was a pint, but like a pint tumbler, just straight top to bottom, and the beer just flowed down so easily. You felt like you were drinking a half pint just because of the shape of the glass. And we were sat at this column and the table kind of went, it was like a ledge all the way around the column, but wide like a full table. And the empty glasses were just piling up. We ended up with, well, I'm going to say something like 20 of these glasses on the table, and nobody was clearing them away. It was just going down so smoothly. Fantastic day. Huge hangover in college the next morning. So we went to the local bar, the Georgian Dragon, at about 11 or 12 for a hair of the dog. But just the shape of the glass can just change the experience. Lager tops, snake bite. I remember snake bite. For diesel, are you going to go with? Is this the green one where you take something like you take a lager and put a blue balls or something in it, blue curacao? Is that where you're going with diesel? Lager tops is just lager with a splash of lemo. Yeah, that's like a poor man's shandy. It's not even. It's a girly shandy. Raclette, raclette. The cheese, never-ending raclette, as in future canoe. But it's also a name of a style of cooking, isn't it? Where you put things on one of those little flat hot plates, and you all have these little dishes, and you put your own mixture of cheeses and tomatoes and things in, and cook that way. They had a phase of them out here a few years ago, little electric kind of hot plates with little compartments and little trays, and it's all about the melty cheesy stuff, like the I'm going to say Swedish cheese. I think raclette's Swedish, but like I said, it's also a style of cooking. Ah, one-eyed purple people eater. That was a song, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure why they chose purple people as. Oh, it's to do with the fact that only one word rhymes with purple. It's a lot like the orange thing, which is kind of a myth, but something like herple or burple is the only word that rhymes with purple. The only proper word. You can go with things like slurple or something, but I think that's why they went with purple people. See, depending on how you pronounce orange, if you say orange like I do, then you can make syringe rhyme with it if you say syringe properly. Um, binge and orange. The myth that nothing rhymes with orange, or if you go with more of an orange, then you've got home on the range. So you can distort that one and bend that one. Whereas purple, it's either herple or burple. I can't remember. In Norway, you pronounce the K. You think it was the French influence that made the K become silent? Could well be. They were in power for quite a while, in the from 1066 until I don't know, Tudor times almost, maybe. Tangents, yeah. People Eater is a song, yeah. It was a one-eyed purple people eater. Can you connect knock, which is knuckle? Knipex is, yeah, your side cutters or whatever you want to call them, your snippers. Knipex is a brand where the K is supposed to be pronounced. I'm assuming because German. Big kernels of like white corn, maybe. Interesting format. I'm not familiar with it, but S Kavichi. It's with an S. Kavishi. Is that where you're going with the softer? Is that where you're putting the S? Or at the beginning, ceviche? I don't know. I know nothing. I'm an ignorant Barnsley lout. Ignorant Yorkshireman. E-bar gum. Stick your finger up your... Expensive gimmick. Thomas is talking about something I know not what. Expensive gimmick. Don't know. You see, when I watch this back tomorrow, I'll be able to see the chat appearing in context with what I'm saying, because at the minute I'm behind and I'm playing catch up. When I watch it back tomorrow, did you have the boot? Das Boot, the submarine. That's where I'm going to go there, just to offend any Germans that are watching. Boot. I'm assuming this is a meal of some description. Farmer's asking if Thomas had the boot, and he did. What was the thing I had in Tunisia that had a funny name? Brick, which was a pastry thing, a bit like a samosa with spicy vegetables inside, but then they put a raw egg in and then cook it, and the egg cooks inside the flaky pastry samosa-y thing. Brick. Diesel, blackcurrant, okay. Lager and black. Oh, it was cider and black's quite a common one, isn't it? Raclette, Swiss or French? I thought Swiss, yeah. Blue carousel or blue balls in a pint lager turns it green. Yeah, I remember that one. Used to call it rocket fuel where I was from. Oh, am I almost caught up, or is chat frozen? Southern Comfort and orange juice. Southern Comfort's too sickly for me, too sickly sweet. Southern Comfort and orange juice with grenadine. That's Sex on the Beach. Okay. I don't know these fancy drinks. I'm not a cocktail person. What's the one that tastes of toothpaste? Mint. It's green and everyone's into it, and I can't drink mint flavored drinks. Can't even remember the name of the cocktail. But people get a glass of it and pay like a £5. Like you get a pint of beer for £2.50. Or you could back in my day in Spain, 2 or 3 years ago before I was homeless, pint of beer for £2.50, and people will pay 5, 6, €7 for this silly little mouthwash flavored drink. Someone will tell me, oh no, we're still going on with snake bite and a dash of blackcurrant. So snake bite was lager and cider mixed, wasn't it? And then a dash of blackcurrant. Okay, different drink, but same idea. You're just playing with your food at that point, or playing with your drink. Yeah, I'm still trying to remember the name of this thing that I don't like. I mean, the worst one was the what's the spirit that's mint? It's named after the Green Fairy, the one that got banned because it made you blind. I think I've had this conversation once in the past. The Green Fairy was. No, it's not coming to me. But there's a modern version of it that's proper alcohol rather than the wood alcohol stuff that drives you balmy and makes you blind. And someone got me a bottle of it, and it was 70% by volume. It just burns your mouth as soon as you put it in. Yeah, I've had that French one, the absinthe. Thank you for my yeah. Green Fairy absinthe. The modern one, it's just like Listerine. You put it in your mouth, it burns, it tastes and smells of mint. You swoosh it around, and you would probably be better off spitting it out than drinking it. It's literally Listerine mouthwash, but worse. And people drink it, and it's just like, nah, nah. Don't think I've had ouzo. They did something similar in Tunisia that was a local spirit made from figs, but with a licorice or aniseed kind of flavour to it. Can I remember the name of it? No. But I can remember the name of the barman that was serving us. He was called Asham, and the place next to Morecambe where I was living at the time was Hesham, sometimes called Hesham by people who don't know how to pronounce it properly. So the barman had the same name as the next village over, kind of thing. Wormwood, the main ingredient. Yeah, drink too much and it eats the optic nerve and leaves you blind. Absence. But what's the mint flavored one that I can't remember the name of, folks? The mint flavored cocktail. All the bars around here, they all do it, and there's always some plonker sat there paying double or triple what it's actually worth for it. Hold on. Jack Attack says that's my medication time. Is that you? Are you commenting on something that's been said, or is that you saying it's bedtime? It is getting that way, isn't it? I'm going to call it quit. Mojito, thank you. Yeah. I'm probably going to call it quits in 6 or 7 minutes when we hit the top of the hour. When we're on 3 hours, I mojito, yeah. I don't understand the fascination. Again, it's just mouthwash. I can't. Mint isn't a drink flavor. Now the herb mint goes well with a bit of vinegar and spread on your lamb on your Sunday lunch. But mint the herb is very different from mint the flavoring that's used in like polo mints or Trebo mints or or drinks or chewing gum. Yeah, no, mouthwash. Mouthwash flavor isn't something that a drink should ever be made out of. I don't get it. In fairness, somebody brought me half a bottle of it here once as they were leaving the country in the bag of remnants that they were leaving behind. And I did manage to force myself to drink it because, waste not, want not. Not gonna let good alcohol go to waste. Why would you do that? Cheers, guys. Yeah, Jack Attack, you were ninjured. Everybody else got there with it before you. Mojito. Red aftershock is your medication term. I've got no idea what that is. Is that, have I missed a comment somewhere? I am still on all, let me just check that. Oh, fuck, what am I doing? I'm about to ban Thomas. Sorry, mate. Why did that happen? I clicked. Hold on. I am on live chat. I'm supposed to be seeing everything. Sometimes I think I'm getting left out of the conversation, but I think I'm probably just, I'm not too far behind now. I'm here. Clur. I got no. Is that a noise? That sounds onomatopoeic. That's like splish splosh or TikTok. Oh, did you know this, folks? Half of Europe don't say tick-tock, as in a clock, the noise a clock pendulum makes. Half of them just say tock-tock. Who knew? Reminds me, takes us back to Rob Words and some of the other word-related channels that I watch, because those noises that farmyard animals make, sheep go baa, and cows go moo. Not in other countries, they don't. They have totally different words for those sounds. And some of them are just nothing fucking like. Yeah, that was fascinating, seeing that one. Mint for chewing gum and polos, yeah. Banhammer, it was accidental, but it didn't drop. TikTok as in the sound of a clock. No, you see, this was when I discovered this, when I was talking to my Swedish friend, and he'd heard of TikTok, the app and website, you know, for posting shorts, but he didn't recognize TikTok as the sound that a clock made. Possibly because he speaks a lot of Spanish, and in Spain it's toc. There's no tick, it's just two tocs. Who knew? But a lot of these words, because that's onomatopoeic, that's the word is supposed to sound like the noise that you're describing or talking about, like splish and splosh and bang and whatever. But yeah, Spain, it's toc. There's no tick, and other countries as well. He says burping. They just say before barbecue. Swedes hear things differently from us. Could well be. Yeah. I do find those channels, the ones about words and things, fascinating. I don't watch them enough. I think I've got too many channels. I'm subscribed to too many channels for YouTube. What it does every time I add one now, I think it knocks a different one off, and I don't notice it for a few months. It's only when I look back and think it hasn't offered me any of his videos for a while, and I go and check and find that I'm unsubscribed. There must be some unwritten internal limit, and I must have hit it. It's like one in, one out now whenever I add anybody new. Yeah, I do, because I've got all day. I've got a lot of time on my hands. I do spend a lot of time just watching random TikTok. Random YouTube videos. Sorry, either that or rubbish that I've downloaded. Well, okay. I thought there was someone outside the tent. It's the wind getting under the tarpaulins. I've got two tarps meet in this corner, and I've got them pegged, but I can't peg them at the bottom. They're pegged like halfway, which means there's two flaps flapping about, two corners left blowing around in the wind. Finch, I was just going to say, oh, you're still there, Jack Attack. Finch is still waiting. Season 1, episode 10. I think I watched 10. I think I need to pick up around 11. Yeah, person of interest. I've still, it's the whole season sat there. It's all downloaded. If the power cut had carried on the other day, I could have got stuck into it. I'm halfway through watching season 3 of Reacher. I think I watched episode 3 and fell asleep, and I haven't gone back to that. And that's probably been a week since I looked at that. Yeah, no, yeah. There's something about how it works, Thomas. And every now and again, you'll go to a channel that you know you're subscribed to, and suddenly you're not. Maybe if you don't watch one in a certain period, or it could be that they just figure that a subscription was like a bot or something, and undo it. Reaching for the G spot. I don't know where we're going with that one. What's he reaching for, the G spot? Okay, you hit the. My voice is my passport. Verify me. That was the one with Mama or Mother. Robert Redford, Dan Aykroyd. Sleepers. Sleepers. I'm gonna go with Sleepers. No more secrets. Sneakers, yeah. Okay, sneakers, not sleepers. Fuck. Yeah. I do quite like Reacher. He's quite good, and the bloke that does it, I think he is better than Tom Cruise. I didn't mind the Tom Cruise films. He just didn't look imposing enough. Yeah. Now, when you see I can't remember the guy's name, but he is a man mountain, isn't he? Although he's not as tall as you think. He's a bit like Schwarzenegger. He's only like 6'1" or 6'2", and Reach is supposed to be 6'5", I think, 6'4" or 6'5". I can't convert that to metric. Sorry, folks, I'm no good. 6'4" or 6'5" is somewhere around the 2 meter mark, but I can't be more precise than that. I must be more. My mate was 6'4" and he was under 2 meters. So it must be 6'5" or 6'6" is 2 meters. Don't know. Converting feet. I know 30 centimeters to the foot, but it doesn't always work out exact. Not quite. So 6 foot would be 180. You need another 20 centimeters at 2.5. 20, is that 7 or 8? 6'7", 6'8"? That can't be right. Not sure. One of you guys who's got a calculator or Google or something can probably do the conversion quicker than me. Okay, guys, we are after the 3-hour mark. Are we calling it quits? Are we carrying on? There's only 7 of you out there. Don't think there's 7 in chat. Who's here and not talking? Somebody say hello. I see you. I see that you're there. Talk to me. Oh, there's 8 of you. There's more of you. And there's only about 3 of us, maybe 4 of us talking in chat. Who's hiding? Who's lurking? Come and chat. We don't bite. Unless you ask really nicely. I don't even have any teeth to bite with. Jack Attack's here, Farmar's here, Thomas is here. I don't think I've seen anybody else in a while, no? Jack Attack, Farmar, Thomas. There's 3 here, plus me. It says 8 up on my little display here. Although I'm never sure how accurate this thing is. When I start a stream and there's 0 people there, and then suddenly I get 2 likes, and it's like, who's liking it if they're not here? And then it'll get to a number and it'll have from 8 to 4, and the next thing you know, there's 12 or 13 playing in the background. Lurkers, loungers, yeah, call them what you will. I use the word lurker, people who lurk, but yeah. Where's Thomas going with that one? People shrank as the age in some sort of... They kind of do a little bit, Thomas. They do. People in their 60s or 70s can lose an inch or two. 5 centimeters. Their spine shrinks a little bit. Partly, how does it go? Partly the vertebrae losing, what's that called? The decalcification thing, osteoporosis. Partly the spongy bits in between, cartilage, those little cushions in between the vertebrae, and just partly gravity pulling down. I know a guy who used to swear that he was 5'8" and he was a good 3 inches shorter than me, and he assures me he had been 5'8" at some point. Away from keyboarders, AFKers, yeah. Backs get crooked, people stoop. I'm terrible for it. I've spent 20, 25 years bent over a keyboard. I was always a little bit stooped, a little bit. I'm probably going to be a hunchback when I'm older. You see them, don't you? The little old lady or the old man, and they're bent almost half double. Life will beat you down. I say get a big stick and beat it back, or an egg whisk and beat it. Stupid comments, I know. I don't know, folks. I think I've run out of conversation, unless anybody's got topics that we can run with. Give me something where I can spout off on a tangent for 20 minutes and we can stay, but I didn't really get going with my prepper conversation. We do that another day. Cheers, Jack Attack. Cheers, everybody, everyone who's here. If you're here and you haven't, think about it. But I think most of you guys will have by now. Ready to hit the hay? Yeah, I think we're done. It's 2 o'clock here, 1 o'clock in the UK. Even later in Norway, I would imagine. Are you? You're +1 to Central European, aren't you, Thomas? I know Finland's ahead of Central European. I'm not sure of Norway and Sweden. Oh, same as Spain, so Central European. So Finland's 1 hour ahead of you, according to my mate Ismo. Yeah, +1 to Greenwich. Yeah. Well, technically +2 to Greenwich, +1 to British summertime. Yeah. Greenwich doesn't move the time. We switch to British summer time. Oh. And a lot of people forget that. You'll see a lot of Brits arguing with people. I know whether we're +1 or +. I know Greenwich Mean Time. I'm British. And then people say, yeah, ever heard of British summertime? Skull. I would say Kippis if my mate Ismo was still here. He popped in earlier, didn't he? He'd watched the Grand Prix in Miami. I would say Kippis if he was here. If any of my Irish friends were here, is it Schlong? Not Schlong, that's wrong. That sounds wrong, doesn't it? Something like that, isn't it? Slanche or something. Might even be similar for the Scottish Gaelic. I don't know how related I don't know how closely Scottish Gaelic and Irish Gaelic are. An Isle of Man's variation. I don't know whether they're related languages or not. There's a lot that I don't know. Schlante, yeah, okay. Pog Mahone would be my answer to that one, but let's. Schlong, don't go around saying that one. No, I got halfway there and realised that that I'd taken a wrong step halfway through the word there somewhere. To the is that to the Pogues Mahone? I only know that because of Shane McGowan and co, who had to cut the name of their group short because probably because the BBC found it unacceptable. Pogues Mahone, for anyone who doesn't know, that's Irish Gaelic for kiss my ass. I believe is the correct translation. Oh, I'm a little bit. How do we do this? A bit indelicate. I am doing the. Oh fuck. Oh, I've slouched so much. I am garrotting the testes again. Oh, sorry, babe. Did I wake you up? Come for a cuddle. Let's have a quick cuddle. Hey, let's have a quick cuddle. Yeah. You're a bit of a fatty ass, though, aren't you? She had a bone earlier, and it often leaves her a little bit productive on the back end, a little bit gaseous. BBC, yeah, that's a more modern. I was talking about the British Broadcasting Corporation. Back when we used to have respect, there was a time we had respect for that organisation. Don't pay the license, indeed. Here's the question, folks. Did the BBC change, or was it always as bad as we now think it is and we just didn't realise it? We were told it was this I've lost the language again. I almost said veneered. That's not the word I'm after. Vilified's going in the wrong direction. It was this great organisation. We were told how brilliant it was, and at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'll work out the name that was after. Blair. What was he called? George Orwell. Something Blair, but not Tony. I've got Tony stuck in my head now, and it won't go. Eric Blair. Eric. That's close if it's not right, but it's. Yeah. I guess a lot of famous people have worked for them over the years. Broadcasting War of the Worlds. That was Orson Welles, wasn't it? Yeah, that was. I've listened to that broadcast. There's no way it's confusing. I got that somewhere, but the reason it was confusing to people is everybody was listening to like a baseball match or something, and then they changed channels and tuned in halfway through, so they missed all the introduction where he says, "Welcome to our radio play." And there's there's lots, and there's adverts halfway through it, or a third of the way through the advertisements, and there's no way that if you listen to the whole thing that it's in any way confusing or frightening. But all these people turned away from. It might have been a concert or something on another channel. It might not have been a baseball match. It might have been. It might have been a jazz concert or an orchestra thing. But anyway, a whole bunch of people turned away from from one channel and joined Orson Welles' production halfway through and missed all the. I love old time radio. If I had my my Intel Nuke here, stupid name for a computer format, next unit of computing. But that's here in, but that's at an ex-friend's house that, or at least was the last I heard, 2.5 years ago. If I had that, I'd have all of my old-time radio. I've got the radio reports of the D-Day landings and things. Some of Churchill's speeches. I've got Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, where he's a ship's captain and she's I don't know what would you call her character, but she was the young bit of stuff. What is that? I've got every episode of it, and it's brilliant. I love it, and I can't remember the name of it for some damn reason. Ha! But yeah, old time radio, and a lot of old interviews with people. So if you've got radio interviews from the 20s and 30s, these are people that might have been born in 1850 or 1860. And you're listening to them talk. It's kind of fascinating. Kind of fascinating. Like the fact that John Wayne met, which one was it? Was it Wyatt Earp? John Wayne met Wyatt Earp. Shoot out at the OK Corral and all that, whichever was it. Was that the right one? I think Wyatt Earp's the right one. It was one of those old names from the West, how the West was won and all that. Before he was famous, I think John Wayne was he a carpenter? He was some kind of stagehand or carpenter or something, and Wyatt Earp was walking around the set giving advice on some Western or other. But stuff like that's fascinating, and the fact that some of those people could have been interviewed and you can listen to them. There are some like old scientists and stuff. Interviews with Einstein and what have you. I love all that. Are people talking? Yeah, the original radio broadcasts. Yeah. Okay, Thomas. Is that yeah? State broadcast has a bad reputation since the 70s. See, the BBC would annoy both sides. The left would say that the BBC was right wing. The right would say the BBC was too left wing. And you got the impression that by annoying both sides, they must be doing something right and be in the middle. But I'm not sure that they ever really were. I don't know. And some of the scandals that they've had, some of the people who've turned out to be sex pests of one flavour or another, including the most outrageous one of them all, Jimmy Savile. Shocking. Steve, the MRE guy, ate tinned beef from the 1890s on his channel. If the tin's intact, I would. I'd have no problem. I threw away some tin food here the other day because it'd been lying in a pool of water and was rusted. Personally, I probably would have gambled on it as long as I'd put it in a pan and make sure it actually boiled. But friends were a bit more hard line on throw it. But Yeah, I don't. Things like the BBC, politics and broadcasting. It's supposed to be the law in the UK that news and things like that, news and current affairs have to be impartial. If they state one side, they're supposed to give the other. Um, that's been warped a little bit recently into the channel as a whole should be impartial, not the individual programs. So you can have some programs that are biased one way, as long as you have other programs that are biased the other. And that wasn't how it was supposed to be. So a lot of people have lost respect for the BBC. Farmer's heading on out. I think we probably all are soon. Good night, Farmer. Are you going to lurk or just lay down and? Where are we? I think. Where are we now? We're on 20 past 21. Well, we're not, are we? The clock says 3:21. The timer on the video a little bit different to my watch. Maybe because we had that little outage, that blip. It's a fable. The John Wayne Wyatt Earp thing. Oh, I don't know. Whoa, whoa. Which way did that just jump? Okay. Whoa, it's done it again. This is a bad. Which way is it jumping? While they never met, they shared some common characteristics, such as their North American origin and their connection to the cattlemen and cowboys of the West. Oh, you see, I've heard it quoted as fact, but who knows? Who knows? Now I'm shocked that that might not be true, that might be apocryphal. Interesting. So are we saying that Wyatt Earp was never walking around Hollywood sets? Or just that he was, but not at the same time as John Wayne, or maybe on different lots or different studios? He would have been alive at that time, yeah. That's still fascinating to me that people from when the West was winning. It's around Civil War time, either side of Civil War, American Civil War. So, 1865, 7. No, I can't pin that one down. But someone from then is still around in 1920s, 1930. Don't know. There are YouTube channels of interviews as well with people that would surprise you. Wasn't there a? Do they call them the Daughters of the Republic or Daughters of the Confederacy or something? That there was this woman that had been married to a Civil War participant, a Civil War veteran, and she was being interviewed like on TV or film. Now he would have got really old, and she would have been young when she married him, and obviously outlived him and stayed around for another 50 years afterwards or whatever. But sorry, I had a weird shadow on a towel over there that looked like it might have been a beetle or an insect. It's just the way the light's falling on it. I just got a bit concerned. I didn't want any cucarachas. They're rare in this field. They're really, really rare, and I don't know why. You walk around Torrevieja and they're just there in the streets and running up walls and just the odd one running out exploring, and they'll come in your apartment or whatever every now and again. In this field, I've probably seen 2 in 2.5 years. But I just saw something that just looked that way. But yeah, I can't remember the name of that whole daughter of the Republic, daughter of the Confederacy. I can't remember which way, or what, who, when, where. But just fascinating that the someone with a direct connection to back then. It's like when the Queen Mum died in 2000 and I've got no idea. 4, 5, 10, whenever it was. It can't have been that late. Something like 2004. She'd been held in the arms of Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria held the baby that became Elizabeth Bowes-Lyons and hence the Queen Mother. that someone who met Queen Victoria was still here in 2003 or 2004 whenever she popped her clogs. I mean, she did get to a ripe old age, 102, 103, something like that. Just interesting. I don't know why. It's just me. Where are we at? We are on 3:26 on the timer for the video. I think we're going to call it quits at 3:30, guys. We'll give it another, what's that? 3.5 minutes. If I can prattle on for 3.5 minutes more. Other than that, I haven't really got much conversation left. Chat has dried up. Everybody just said goodnight to each other. I think I'm last man standing almost. Who's here still? Cheers to anyone who is still here. Apparently I've got a bit of onion skin on the bottom of my can of beer. I'm not sure why. There hasn't been any onion skin in here. Oh, I know why. It's these hobnob type biscuits that someone gave me that have been in a bag with some onions and what are the little ones called? Vocabulary. They have a word that all the Americans mispronounce. They have a name. Shallots. Shallots. Or shallots. Or chalets, I've heard somebody call them. That's not right. Prattle. Yeah, I mean, it's what I do, Jack Attack. It's what I do, mate. Prattle on. But we've only got another couple of minutes. This can's almost empty, so that's good timing. Kind of symbolic. This coffee's still got a little bit in, though. Won't be as hot now, though, will it? Positively tepid. Cheers with the coffee. Okay, I don't know whether I should even hold on for another 2 minutes. I'm not sure I've got anything to say. I shall... Ow. I'll just check the EcoFlow and see where I am for power. Oh, and I unplugged the phone, didn't I? The phone's not been... I'm down to 17% and didn't know it. Look at that. It's a good job. Oh, hand in front of the camera. Sorry. Nobody movie or nobody move? Nobody movie. Nobody. Somebody was talking about that the other day and I can't remember what it is. Nobody. Was it a horror movie? I can't remember. It was you talking about it. You were talking about it. Why? Remind me, what was the plot? What was it? My name is Nobody. See, that just takes me to Captain Nemo, because that's Latin for nobody. Terence Hill. Reacher-esque. Oh, there was a... and I went off on one thinking it was the... I still didn't get the name of the guy. I thought... that other film I thought you were describing. The Danish bloke. Hollywood actor, but from Denmark. That I was thinking of. where something happened and then he got recognized by the press, and then it turned out he was a former mobster in hiding. That was the film I was thinking of. Dangerous Man? Dangerous. He ended up having to just kill everybody. All the mobsters died, including the head man. Anyway, I'm Bud Spencer. I like the Bud Spencer films, and whatever the other guy was called that was always with him. Terence Hill and Bud Spencer. Yeah. I haven't got a good memory for that stuff. Eating beans and shooting up a bar. I'm not aware of the phenomenon, but I did say I would go and look it up, didn't I? And obviously I didn't, because I entirely forgot. I should rewatch some of the recent. Where was it? Was the conversation here? Jack Attack, or was it over on Scruffs or something? I don't remember where we were with that conversation. What do I need to go and rewatch to make my notes so I know where to go and what to do? I do tend to watch my own back, but I haven't been making notes recently. You think it was the last hangout here, so that's a week ago today. Okay, mate. I'll go and... I was going to rewatch that this afternoon, but somehow didn't. I had my notes ready for the TrampCast, TrampCast proper. I had my notes ready so early today. Normally I start my notes at 12, so I have my morning to myself. My Sunday morning's relaxed normally. Told myself I was going to start writing the notes up at 11 so that I could take breaks throughout. I'd write up a couple of days and take a break. In the end, I was late getting started. It was 11:30, but I just cracked on and went straight through. Then I created the thumbnail. Then I made some changes to my standard blurbs. And then I created the live stream and put all the details in and set the thumbnail, and the thumbnail appeared to work to me when I tweeted and did a YouTube post. When I finished the TrampCast, I got shown the default one in the YouTube Studio app. Oh, and then the YouTube app. But that's another story. But I was done by somewhere between 1 o'clock and 1:15. Everything done and dusted. I kind of had half my afternoon to myself, and I'm not used to it. But then again, as you saw from the show itself, it was a short one because I didn't have too much to work with. There wasn't enough tangents to go off on. So it was just a straight 2 hours and done. Was it last week? I did 3.5 hours for the main TrampCast. One of the recent ones, anyway. Not the Hangout, but the straight TrampCast was 3.5. I don't know what I talk about sometimes, no distractions, maybe. Sometimes I don't know what I'm going to talk about, and ideas come to me and off I go. And other times it's just the script, or it's not really a script, but it's just the notes and not too much in the way of distractions. And it's not distractions, it's tangents. I appreciate the tangents and the distractions at times. Gives me more content on YouTube. Makes them like me more. Anyway, oh Stephanie, you're back. We're just about to finish. I was going to finish 4 minutes ago. I was struggling to fill time, and here I am still going. Everybody's coming back. Suddenly it's all active again. What do I do? My can's empty. Almost. I was going to end. It was symbolic. The empty can was going to be a thing. We we had a kids' TV program called Mr. Ben, and one of the catchphrases was, "And if by magic the shopkeeper appeared." Well, in this case, it's as if by magic more beer appeared. There was a reserve there just in case we ended up going on for like 3.5, 4, 5 hours. I didn't expect it to actually happen, but I may, if I can fold that down. I don't have a bin bag in here, so I'll just put it here for now. I don't know. Oh, hold on. A minute ago we had 8 according to the little symbol. Now it says 5 on mine. What does it say for you guys? How many current viewers are here according to your oh, that spat. It says 5 for me. But I've known in the past that it can be a lot more. 8. You see, it said 8 for me until 30 seconds ago. Farmer's got 5. Are we all showing 21 on the thumbs up? Any advance on 21? Oh, waving fingers about in front of the camera. The polka dot door. A creature called Pokeroo would always appear, and only one host would ever see him. That's like Mr. Snuffleupagus on Sesame Street. Wasn't it only Big Bird could see him? Or was it that everybody could see him except Big Bird? Do you know? Go down to 3. Everyone's left. Did you know, folks? I was in my 30s before I heard of Sesame Street. I don't know what happened or why, but apparently it existed all along, and I had no idea. Muppets I knew about. We knew the Muppets, Kermit and Miss Piggy and everything, but Grover and Oscar the Grouch and Big Bird and Mr. Snuffleupagus, these were a mystery to me. I was literally a full-grown adult, somewhere around 30 when I first heard of that rubbish. Yeah, there you go. Jack Attack says 11. What, 11 people here? 4 now. Okay, 4, 3. Yeah, it did drop to. Everyone left. Channel 4 for Sesame Street. Yeah, but Channel 4 came into being in like 1982, 1. Sometime around the same time that Breakfast TV, Channel 4, and the £1 coin all came, all and the 20 pence piece were all within a year or so of each other. 11 thumbs. I got 21 thumbs. What are you? Don't be saying it's only 11. Davy G. Davy. I got no idea what that means. Is that a person? Okay, this I've missed some. Okay, TVO was great. It was okay. The Friendly Giant. Now we have a program, a book called The Big Friendly Giant, the BFG, by Roald Dahl. I think that one. I started in 69. Yeah, well, this is the thing. I started in 68, and I was fully 30 before it ever happened. 5 again now. Yeah. People, I don't know whether it's the counter that that freaks us out, or if people did all just leave at once and now they're arriving again. I don't know. I think it's just the counter flipping out. If you're new here, folks, if you're just arriving, please say hello in chat. We don't bite. We're a friendly bunch. I was going to call it quits at 3, when the video counter was on 3 hours 30, but suddenly Stephanie arrived and we carried on a little bit. Well, I think I overran and then people arrived. The show had nothing to do with that book. No, I guessed as much. Jack Attack says Channel 4 started in 81. So now all you need to do, Jack Attack, is find out when the pound coin and the 20 pence piece and Sesame Channel 4. No, we got one. What did you got? You just told me Channel 4 started in 81. I'm going to say pound coin also 81. Breakfast TV might have been a little bit later, 82 or 83. And it was it Frank Boff and Selena Scott were the first? That's what I'm going to go with, the BBC. With Frank Boff was another BBC pervert, wasn't he? He was all cocaine and hookers. I mean, the cocaine's illegal, but at least it was grown-ups and stuff. Wasn't he? He was whips and chains and stuff. Wasn't it bondage gear as well? I think it was. You guys are chatting amongst yourself about TV programs that never existed here. The Uncle Bobby Show. Sounds interesting. This is always a good fallback topic. The childhood TV programs and favorite TV programs through the 70s and 80s. 20p was in 82, the £1 in 80. I told you they were all within a year or so of each other. I remember it well because Rubik's Cube as well was in the same ballpark. Falklands War was 82. I'm going to say Rubik's Cube was either 81 or 82 as well. That it was a craze in the UK. It was probably invented before. Crocheted clowns that would drop from the ceiling to sing Happy Birthday. We had not flumps. Flumps were more like pom-poms. We had clangers were crocheted. The clangers were crocheted space mice or some such. Living on the moon or a moon with a soup dragon. Was it a soup dragon or was it a chicken? What was the metal chicken? Oh God, I don't know. I'm off on one. The House of Frightenstein. Oh, Vincent Price. I love me some Vincent Price. But what I can't remember, Haywood's Pickles. Was it Vincent Price that advertised them or was it Orson Welles? I think it was Vincent Price. Orson Welles advertised Carlsberg lager. Probably the best lager in the world. With that voice. And Hamilton's where you're at, yes, Stephanie? If I remember our conversation from a week or 3 ago. International fame in the 80s, yeah. I'm sure it was 81 or 82 that it really took off. I seem to remember that time fairly well. What was the thing I heard the other day about the Falklands War? Brian Hanrahan, when all the Harrier jump jets took off, and he wasn't allowed to say how many had gone, but his famous line, I counted them all out, I counted them all back. And then someone said a few days later he had like a ham sandwich on the aircraft carrier or whatever. And I counted them all down, I counted them all back as he threw up over the side. The Spectrum years, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, those first home computers. Did we call them micros already back then, or was that a later term? They might only have been called micros once it became like the BBC. When the BBC, I think it was called the BBC Micro, wasn't it? When it came out. Yeah, microcomputers, as opposed to mini computers that were as big as a table. They still sell Rubik's cubes. Yeah, I bet they do. And then you had all the other variations, the little like dodecahedron-y things. It wasn't actually dodecahedron, and the Rubik's snake, and some of the other ones. Radio Shack home computer. Yeah, we never. I don't think we ever got Radio Shack. But we had something similar. I don't ever remember Radio Shack in the UK. Yeah, Rubik, was that the name of the bloke? That'd be the name of the professor or whatever he was, the doctor, professor, whatever it was that invented it. Yeah, Hamilton. Yeah, Tandy. Yeah, Tandy. Um, and Tandy did a collaboration with somebody else because we had a TV that was called a Tandberg, and I think it was related. Wooden cabinet with this slidey, scrolly wooden, not concertina, it actually rolled around behind. So you slid it open. And it had these fantastic touch sensitive little controls for turning the channel over. No turning a dial or pushing clunky buttons. You just touched these little conductive sensors. And I think it had 8 channels built in, 8 tuners built in. But we only had 3 channels for the first half of that TV's life, and it was written BBC One, BBC Two, ITV One, ITV Two. They didn't know to call it Channel 4 because it had not been invented yet. Drinking cabinet wooden slide. I don't know. It was made like, imagine lots of strips of wood, and it literally, concertina's not the right word because that is it. But yeah, it turned. It, yeah, it turned and slid around and went behind. Um, yeah, don't know. Drinking cabinet. I've never seen a drinks cabinet with that kind of. Well, I guess if you mean like the ones that would roll upwards and do it, but with bigger slats, it's like that, but with tiny, thin slats. That, yeah, I guess could be. I'm not. We never had a drinks cabinet, so I wouldn't know. Jack Attack had the same TV. Okay. Wow. That's interesting. See, this is back when TVs were proper furniture. We had that TV for years and years. Was that? Hold on. Was that our first colour TV? Holy sh! It may well have been. I don't remember another colour TV before that one. And I remember us having black and white TVs and watching snooker. I remember watching Muhammad Ali fight on the black and white TV. I think that was that the Leon Spinks fight? And I think Ali lost that one, didn't he? And that would be, so this is on black and white TV. I'm going to guess that would be somewhere around 76 or 78. Don't know. But yeah, the Tandberg TV, I think I'm right in saying that was our first colour TV. And we didn't have a telephone at this point. No, not rental. No, my mum and dad had money. Um, uh, my dad would class himself as upper working class. He's a well-paid pipe fitter. No, there was no messing about with renting anything. No. These are guys who walked into the bank to buy a house a few years later. And when people say we paid cash, what they mean is they didn't have a mortgage, but like they wrote a check or bank transfers or something. They had the money out. No. My mum and dad walked into the bank to buy a house and paid cash, like in carrier bags, shopping bags. They paid cash. I think it was just a misunderstanding. They didn't understand the term. So they went to the bank and withdrew the money, and went to one bank and withdrew the money, and went to a estate agents or solicitors or whatever, and paid in literal cash. That would have been in 83, 84. Hold on. Fuck. It was either November 83 or November 84 that they bought the house in Morecambe. Don't know, mate, but no, rental wasn't a thing that my mum and dad did. Black and white TV until the mid 80s. Oh. We were onto VCRs by then. 80. I remember watching videos and going to the video shop with a friend, and obviously with his parents, probably around 82. No, I might. When Come On Eileen was in the charts, Dexys Midnight Runners were number one. And Paul Young, Wherever I Lay My Hat, so that's my home. 81 or 82. I remember going in a video shop. So my friend had the VCR, and we'd go to the shop. And maybe a year later, we got a VCR as well. Nowadays, imagine you got to explain to people what VCR stands for. Was it video cassette recorder? I think. You remember the exact date? January the 13th, 1983. Is there a reason you remember it so specifically? I'm trying to remember. We definitely November. I don't even remember the year. It's either 83 or 84. I was in the fourth year of high school. So I would have been almost 15. That just, excuse me, still doesn't narrow it down for me. I can't give myself enough clues to work it out properly. Okay, the house is still in the family. That's good. The one that we bought in either 83 or 84 is still in the family. Technically, I own a third of it. You just got to tell my brother that. He's decided it's his, apparently, in my absence. Families, folks, families. Cheers, Jack Attack. Oh, you had a van. You didn't have to go. God. Okay. You'd have to look on a map and see how far Goldthorpe is away from Barnsley or from Darfield, where I lived. It's not exactly next door. It's a drive. It was like a day trip to go to the video store at one point. Pennsylvania. Penn State. Penn was a bloke. Sylvania means forest or woodland, I believe, as in Transylvania. Trans means across. Sylvania means forest or wood. What was the was it a cartoon? Sylvanian families. Draft dodger. Hold on. Vietnam. Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, they fled from America up above the border. Okay, I'm with you. Does that not make you dual nationality? Are you dual national or are you dual nationality if you apply? Do you have to apply for it? Or does the draft dodging does that mean that you can't because you'd have to give his details? Does that disbar you? Maybe. I don't know how it works. Never applied. You'd have to apply. It'd probably be difficult though, yeah, given the circumstances, I would imagine. But yeah, okay. Fascinating stuff. Fascinating. It took me a moment because Canada, and I was thinking you weren't in the, but then Pennsylvania. Yeah, yeah. You lost it when you voted in your first election. Is that something to do with the rules that would disbar you? Okay. Oh, if you're the child of someone who went, well, it's not your fault, but then when you take part in the Canadian system, that disbars you. But then there's been some sort of okay, so you have the right to apply, but you still never have done. I think I'm following. I think I'm there. Okay, we're on 3:57 on the timer. We're down to only four viewers according to my counter here, so we're probably gonna call it quits in a couple of minutes, folks. You don't think you will now? Is this an Orange Man thing, or just stage of life? You don't have to answer. Don't you don't have to say. I was just thinking out loud. Just thinking out loud. Down to three. Look, there's nobody here. Me, Stephanie, and possibly Jack Attack still. But maybe that's not certain. He hasn't said anything for a while. He is there, okay. I just wondered that the counter was down to three, and I wondered whether you were still one of us. Oh, look at this now. It's climbing back. Just as I say, we're going to finish in a minute. It starts climbing back up. You watch it, it'll get like 8, 9, 10 again in a minute. To those of you that watch on the replay, you can see that this shit is just made up on the fly. There's no real plan. You're not in lurker mode. No, you just didn't comment for a while, and the count was clicking down. So people just live to listen to you. I don't know about that. Maybe you meant I don't know. Yeah, we were down to three, and I said, okay, we're going to finish when the timer hits 4 minutes, and it's on 3:59 and 24. Yeah, I thought it was love. Yeah. So we were down to three. Now we're back up to five. I don't know what to do, guys. I did just open a new can of beer a minute ago. Well, a couple of minutes ago. I don't know. If you want to carry on, we can do. Look, we're dropping. People are leaving because they think I'm going to call it quits. We'll think about carrying on. we'll think about carrying on. But call of nature is a thing. Look at that. He says exactly on 4 hours. Give me 2 minutes, folks, and we'll see. We'll see where we're at. I'll quick call of nature, and I'm off. I'm off to Los Servicios. 2 minutes, and I'll be back. Okay. I was just looking for my head torch and I couldn't find it. So I had to go and do what I needed to do in the dark. I'd folded the quilt back over the top of it. My bladder isn't what it used to be, folks. 2 coffees and 1 beer and a mouthful out with a new one. And it's only been 4 hours. Look at that. I don't know what this black mark is on the t-shirt. I did have to go through the trees at one point. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. You run into bushes and trees and things. Oh, it's... Try having 3 kids, yeah. I can imagine. Spend another penny, yeah. Quite an old expression that needs explaining to most people, well, to most non-Brits. Probably to younger Brits now. You know, there's a generation growing up that don't know what money is. Did I mention this at all recently? I watched a video the other day, and this woman had gone to the grocery store, you would say in America. She'd gone to the supermarket and tried to pay like with money, and the lass behind the counter looked at her like what are you doing? What do I do with that? She'd never seen money. She'd never, like a $20 American $20 bill or whatever, and she was like, "That's fake. You can't do that. You can't just hand me a piece of paper." And she got a manager over, and he looked at it. He said, "Yeah, that's fine. Just put it in the till." And she was like, "No, it's fake. That's not real. You can't do that." She didn't have a clue. And it wasn't. I saw a second video along a similar line on a different channel a few days later. There's this whole phenomena where I guess from what maybe you become aware of money properly from like the age of 10 onwards, paying for things or having to pay for things. She just never. Her parents have always paid with a card, either in the machine or tap and go, whatever you call it nowadays. They've only seen that. Maybe we're just old. I told the tale once, I think, of I took on a like a work placement from school, and this kid lived around the corner from us. So we said, "Oh, we'll meet you at the bus stop, and we'll all ride in on the bus into the city together." It's a 15 or 20-minute bus ride, depending on traffic. I thought, no problem. We get on I get on the bus, and I think my brother and my nephew were with me. They worked with me, and this kid got on behind us and didn't know what to do, what to say, or how to pay. He didn't know to say, like, Lancaster bus station, please, return, or single, or whatever, and to pay. He didn't, he just stood there lost. We had to come back and guide him. This kid was like 16 or so. He's in the final year of school, ready to leave school and go to the workplace. Never been on a bus, never been on a train. Everywhere he's ever gone, Mummy and Daddy have driven him. Nice lad, but kind of clueless. He did right. He'd brought his parents had given him money for him to get lunch, and no one had thought to give him money for bus fare. So his lunch money went to pay for the bus, and that was him skint. That was him with no money. People are bringing up kids unequipped for life or ill-equipped for life. Kids now who can't read a clock. There are some schools now where when they're doing their exams and they put the clock at the front of the room, they're having to put digital clocks there because kids can't tell the time with hands. And I saw another video the other day of when you get the clock and it's either got Roman numerals for the numbers or it doesn't have them at all. It just has a dash, just a mark, and it has the 4 dots in between. So you get a dash at say 3 o'clock, and then you get 4 little dots, and then you get the big dash. Kids can't do anything. They can't hold a pen. Never mind do cursive. They can't write in block capitals. They can't write. If it hasn't got a keyboard, in fact, a proper keyboard would probably baffle them. They need it to be a touch screen. Parents who haven't taught their kids how to use money, how to count money, what money looks like, the different coins, how to make change, or how to check your change if you are paying by cash. Paying by cash, knowing the different coins, reading a proper clock face. Disconnected again. I was just ranting. Kids who can't. It's a parent's job to equip their kid for life, for the real world. School's not going to teach them everything. If it's not geography, maths, or English, schools are probably not going to teach it. So telling the time off a proper clock face or a watch face, knowing the different coins and knowing how to make change or check change, how to get on and off a bus or a train. Basics in life. How to get from A to B and where the different parts of your town are relative to each other. So you can walk from A to B if you have to. Did you see that one? You probably won't have. I watch a lot of these American channels about bad policing. I've had a few experiences here with police, and so it's kind of become a pet peeve. Kid sets off from home, walks down a main road to, I think he's headed for the shop. He's got a few dollars in his pocket and just decides on spec just to go at the shop. Kid's 10, 11, 12, something like that. It's daylight. The weather's fine. He's walking in a straight line, straight down a main road, a busy road. Well, a road with people around. It's not deserted. It's not a small country lane. It's a proper road. Somebody sees him and asks, "Are you okay?" And he looks at them and he says, yeah, of course. And they're like, are you lost? No, no, coming from there, going there, no problem. And afterwards I'll be going straight back home. The person he's talking calls the police because child out on his own. The police take the kid home and arrest the mother for child endangerment. And you're like, I was walking to school and back, aged say 7, straight down the main road. Don't detour, don't leave the road, go that way until you meet the crossing lady and she helps you across. 10, 11, 12, something like that. So we're not talking about like a 3-year-old or a 5-year-old. This is let's say 11 plus or minus. But the woman that stopped him in the street was just not used to seeing an unaccompanied child, so called the police for like a welfare check as if there was something wrong or strange. The 70s were different. It's not like that anymore. And yet the world's no more unsafe. There are no more paedophiles running around than there were back then. Which is the big danger. It's that whole stranger danger thing. This is parents organizing kids' activities and driving them everywhere all the time. You can't even leave your kids alone at home until they're 12. I know, it's crazy. What would I have been when I was left home alone? I don't know, 8 or 9? Left with my younger sister, who was a year and a half younger. Now, I got a kid brother who's 7 years younger. Mum would have taken him with her when she went shopping or wherever. She'd get on a bus and go to the next proper real town, go do some shopping on a Saturday or something and come home. Yeah, it's that kind of ballpark. Nowadays, people would be calling the police about that, and it's just like, why? You've locked the door. You've told them don't open the door to anybody. Don't open the door till they get back. Here's the key in case, like, of an emergency, the house is on fire or something. You get out if you have to, but just don't be opening the door if you don't have to. Don't do anything silly. Sit, watch telly. There's pop in the fridge or whatever, and yeah. At that age, I could have made myself beans on toast or a sandwich or something. There would have been no fear of, if mum was delayed in town or whatever, it wouldn't have been a problem. I don't know. Nowadays, you got, there's a channel I watch where a bloke, he got arrested and people were like gobsmacked because his 15-year-old kid couldn't feed himself out of all the stuff in the fridge. I don't know. I think the world's gone super soft, super crazy. Look at this. I think it was the wrong decision to carry on. I don't know. We're down to 2, which I presume is you and Jack Attack if he's still here. Can't be true just yet, said Jack Attack. That was to the money thing. I think it could if you had a kid that was like overly protected by parents. So they did all the paying and everything and always used cards. Kid gets to be 16, 17, 18, gets their first job in a supermarket or somewhere and has just never dealt with cash or never seen it dealt with. Doesn't know what a real note looks like. I don't know. It sounds strange, but the woman giving the story had details. She showed the shop and everything. I'm just scrolling forward. Okay, I think I've seen all that. Bloody anxious because of it. Yeah, and Jack Attack is still here. Anxious, and COVID won't have helped, will it? Locking them away for the best part of a year. And then when they go back to school, it's all masks and antiseptic wipes and alcohol gels and everything, 2 meters apart, and all of that. Anxiety overflow. And the counter suddenly says back to 5. I don't know whether this counter can be trusted. To the new arrivals, if you are here, please say hello in the chat. You're more than welcome. Come and join us. We're just discussing whether modern kids are overprotected and not taught real life skills. Can they read a clock? A proper clock, not a digital, but a proper clock face. Can they tell the time? Can they handle cash? Can they get on and off a bus and get where they need to go? Can they walk down the street to the local shop without getting arrested for being out on their own? was the latest turn that we just took. People arriving. For anyone who is just arriving, I was about to call it quits. What was that? Quarter of an hour ago. But just as I was about to, people started arriving and then disappearing, and I was committed by then. I'd opened a second can of beer for the night, and it is 3:20 here now. So it was 3 o'clock Spanish time. I'd opened a can of beer to keep going, and then people disappeared. But I'm committed now. The can's open, and I can't be just sat here drinking at 3 o'clock in the morning for no reason. It has to be to lubricate the throat and to help relax me so that I can overcome my anxiety and actually talk to people. Stephanie thinks her people can do those. Her kids can do those things. You got to check. You got to find out. Double check. Show them a clock and ask them what time it is. Send them round to their grandmas, but they've got to go on the bus, or granddads, or dads, or whatever. I don't know your circumstances. I think you said recently that there was a bereavement of one parent or another. I don't remember the details. Sorry. I don't know if you get any left. By the time you get to our age, sometimes you haven't got either of them left. Or any of the 4, because grandparents, the kids have 4 of them, don't they? Only 2 of them are your side, but I'm gibbering. Sorry, I walked myself into a corner there on the grandparents thing. Sorry, but no, it's interesting that overprotected kids and underskilled. I guess parents leave it to the school. The school don't see telling the time or handling coins as being on the curriculum, and some things can fall by the wayside, get left betwixt and between, fall between 2 stools, as it were. Not easy, I guess, to always know who's doing what. Is the school teaching it? Are you teaching it? Is the other parent teaching it? You get to some of the practical skills that your dad's been okay. Your dad's been going for 25 years. I think that's the one that you said, and your mum's Alzheimer's. We did have the conversation. I'm sorry. I'm just I'm bad on details and recollection sometimes. Tina. I might have to take her for another walk after we finish here. I took her for one before, and she did a pee, but not the other. And it's certainly smelling like she needs to go do the other, but she wouldn't at the time. Let's hope we don't have any accidents. That's my girl. That's my girl. She doesn't often. She's not often gaseous, but she's certainly most productive today with it. I mean, ordinarily I would call her a poo factory. You know, that seems to be her job, just to generate poo. But it's usually odorless. I've given her a lot of treats today, as well as the bone. I had this bag of dog treats that someone's given us, or a bag with a lot of dog treats in. And one of the bags of dog treats is split open, and there's all these kind of chew sticks. And because I got no bag, they've burst out of their bag, and I got nowhere, no container or anything to put them in. I've been feeding them to her. They're up on the top of this chest of drawers here, and that. So she's had a lot of those. She's had the bone, then she's had her own food, and then she's eaten half of my food because dog. Yeah. But something, maybe just the combination, maybe the mixture just doesn't sit right with her. I think it's probably the bone, the big bone that she had. Ordinarily, I'll only let her eat half of one and take it off her and give her the rest the day after, or even the day after that. But today, I gave her it, and then I did TrampCast, didn't I? So she was finishing that off while I was broadcasting. I didn't want to interrupt her. I don't know, folks. I don't know. What should a tramp talk about next? What videos? You guys seen any interesting YouTube videos or anything lately? Bully sticks. I've no idea what a bully stick is. Is this bull as in beef? Bull, like bully beef is a phrase, isn't it? I don't know what a bully is. This might be a brand name maybe that we don't have. I don't know, folks. I don't know. But going back to my question, you seen any interesting videos lately? Stuff with an interesting twist, like people who work in a shop who don't know what money is and refuse to take it even when the manager says no, that's good. Just put it in the drawer. Some parts of the world have been all card for so long. Parts of Scandinavia. You get them here in Torrevieja, they'll go to the littlest shop or the little kiosk on the road. I've lost my orientation. There's a little German bar. It's literally a shed by the road with some tables outside, and it's cash only. And people will walk along, place their order, sit down, drink their beer, and then come to pay at the end and wave their card, and the staff are like, and they're pointing at the sign that's been there all along, cash only, and some of them are lost. They have a name for it in like Sweden. It's not Swift, Zap or something. It's a name that basically means fast, but I can't remember the right word. But all of their banks joined it about the time PayPal started. Rather than see a competitor come along, all of their banks got together and came up with a unified system, and they send each other money. They can go out and have a meal and split the bill and all just pay their part. And it's all just card. And when they come here, and half of things that now are still cash, they're a little bit stuck. It's an adjustment. So I can imagine towns or cities in America where it's all just card, and a young kid, 16, 17, 18, gets a job behind a till, behind the cash register, and he's lost. Don't know. So you guys that are talking to me, nobody's seen any off the wall videos, any interesting topics. I saw one earlier about curing blindness. Turns out that most animals, their body, I think it's retina, that most of the non-mammals can almost all heal their damage to the retina. mammals have something in their immune system that blocks things and stops the repair happening. All mammals. And scientists discovered what it was that was blocking what, and have now tested in mice a drug that stops the immune system from blocking the chemical. Your body has this chemical, it just gets blocked by the immune system anywhere around the eye. And they've managed to turn this off in mice such that the retina does get repaired. And a cure for certain types of blindness may be on the way within 5 years or so. Thought that was interesting. You watched Hollywood Mysteries today about Robert Blake. I wouldn't know who that was. What's a Robert Blake? Is this someone I should know? Is this my ignorance, or is this a Canadian-only topic? I don't know a Robert Blake. There was a poet called Blake. What was he called? Was that Tiger, Tiger, burning bright in the forest of thy night? I think that was a Blake, but I don't remember Blake who or Blake what. Or what Blake. Oops. Lost me. Oh, some American actor. Okay. You watch something, Hollywood Mysteries about an actor. Is this an actor that dropped dead or disappeared and just without trace? First of the Romantic Poets. William Blake. Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of thy night. Something about shaping or framing your fearful symmetry. Long time ago. A long time ago. It reminds me of Patrick Jane, The Mentalist, because Red John, that was something his followers or acolytes would whisper to each other to identify themselves. But I did like The Mentalist, but that's a big leap from William Blake, a romantic poet. Why is this not scrolling? Have I done something wrong? Okay, it's not scrolling because phone, I think. Robert Blake. So what was the mystery with Robert Blake then? Yeah, fearful symmetry, yeah. I knew it was in there somewhere. I don't remember the rest of it. It probably has more verses and things than I would know what to do with. Okay. I'm going to say this time for definite. On the 4.5 hour mark on the counter on my screen, which reads 4:28 and 50 seconds now, 4:28 and 50. So we've got just over a minute. This counter will probably be off because this keeps counting even when I was disconnected a couple of times. When YouTube process the video after and show the true length, it will be a little bit less. But basically, I thank you all for attending, folks. I think it's getting late. It's 3:30 here, here in Spain. I thank you for joining me. Even you lurkers who are staying silent in the background, please do join me again. Maybe earlier on for one of these TrampCast Hangouts when I have more to say before I run out of topics. And thank you for attending. And I will try and leave things in the manner that is traditional for the channel. And if you haven't, folks, do hit the thumbs up on the way out. Share all those other good things. Oh, sorry. I think Stephanie's been talking and I didn't see it. Death of his wife in '98. Blake Seven. I knew someone had mentioned Blake Seven. Farmer was eating. You guys, are you trying to make me carry on? Now there's more of you, and you're actually making your presence felt. I was definitely going then. I was about to do the from Tina and from me Delta Mike out. Somebody did leave in the meantime. I've probably lost. Martin Short and Eugene Levy. Martin Short was the little guy in. Was it Inner Space? And other comedy films. I don't really know much about him. Eugene Levy. He was was that American Pie? Was he the father? His children. This is all from the same town, yeah? The Hold of Daffodils by William Wordsworth. I wandered lonely as a cloud above hill and vale. Da da da. Never was such a beauty as. Don't know. Showing my ignorance and my lack of culture. The Three Amigos. Is that the one where they're all wearing sombreros and they walk down the street firing rockets out of briefcases and violin cases or something? A bit like, what was that one called with? Oh, what's his name? Huh. Sounds Mexican, but it's actually Spanish. There's Penelope Cruz and there's Antonio Banderas. What was the one he did where he's a stranger in town and he's got a big case that's got guns and rocket launchers? Yeah. But it just reminds me of the other one with Antonio Banderas, and that one wasn't Penelope Cruz. That was the other girl that looks a lot like her. It's Steve Buscemi sat in a bar telling a tale to people about something, and it's all done in flashback from the Steve Buscemi tale. Oh, I can't even remember the name of the actress that's not Penelope Cruz. Huh, that's bad. Memory, folks, memory. It's not there. Desperado. That sounds right. Similar idea though, yeah? Big. It was a guitar case or a cello case or something, a bass, and he's walking down the road firing. Well, he's got a lot of guns or weapons in there, and he sends for some friends. And what was that? Movement. Movement. What? Hopefully, just something contracting in the cool night. I don't know so much. Desperado. Nobody knows the one that's not Penelope Cruz, though, no? I don't know. You'd think I'd remember pretty actresses' names, wouldn't you? Oh. Farmers deleting comments. Are you watching multiple videos and you've posted the comment in the wrong place? Have you ever, guys, you're watching a video and you're in chat, watching a live stream and you're in chat, but somebody sends you a message in Messenger or something, and instead of scrolling down and typing the message in the reply box in the alerts and the notifications, you type your reply in the in chat on the video you're watching. Katharine Hepburn, great actress. Anything with Katharine Hepburn and Spencer Tracy, or Katharine Hepburn and Humphrey Bogart, wasn't it? African Queen? Africa Queen. Africa or African? And with Spencer Tracy, you had the ones where they were journalists and arguing a lot. I want to say My Girl Friday, but that doesn't sound right. Don't know. You wrong text people all the time. Yeah, you don't want to post like a personal. Oh man, I did that, didn't I? Somebody said something a bit rude to me, and I said something a bit rude back to them. Except I said it in a totally different messenger conversation, and I had to explain to the person, "Whoops, that wasn't meant for you." A friend was being a bit silly, and I was, yeah. No, it can come off a bit wrong. Bring Up Baby, I think you talked about last time, and I thought it was one with a monkey, but was it an elephant? It's an animal. Great with Cary Grant. Bring Up Baby. It wasn't a monkey though, it was something else. See, I like the one, was it Ronald Reagan with Bedtime for Bonzo? I think he did Couple with Bonzo. Yeah, I don't know. Those old films. I'm always remembered, once I start talking about black and white films, I'm always brought back to the Ronald Reagan film where he's injured in a war, probably the war. Leopard, yeah, okay, yeah. Ronald Reagan injured in a war, and he's in an army, a field hospital, and either him or somebody else needs, basically I think it's their kidneys are shot, and they're talking, and the doctor said, "Oh, there's no such thing as a kidney transplant, I'm afraid." And of course, we're watching it from a time where there is. A Year for Cruz. Penelope Cruz. She's old. She's older than you think. Penelope Cruz is mid-50s, maybe even 60 years old. And the other one's not young either. The one that I was actually thinking of that I can't get there with too. So Penelope Cruz is. I've got this right, yeah. Penelope Cruz is Spanish, not Mexican. Antonio Banderas is Spanish, not Mexican. But who's the Mexican girl that's a lot like Penelope Cruz? Oh, I don't know. Bring Up Baby. I do like a lot of those old films. The banter between the man and the woman. You know, that whole will they, won't they? That whole. There's always that romantic tension there. I'm a bit of a romantic at heart. I get a bit soppy for some stuff like that. Doris Day and Rock Hudson. The year for the film. Oh, I've no idea. I don't even remember which one we were talking about now. I don't even remember what film were we on. Sofia Vergara, no. Pillow Talk. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Yeah, there's Pillow Talk. Is there one called Party Line? Or was that the same film? And Glass Bottom Boat? These might all just be different names for the same film. I don't know. Didn't Doris Day only just die? Like last year or the year before? Like aged about 320. A little bit of hyperbole, but she only just died, yeah? And the other one that was a surprise a few years ago was when I think Shirley Temple died. Salma Hayek. There we go. Salma, however it's spelled. Yeah, that was the other bird. Sorry, I shouldn't say bird. That's sexist. But then again, I am a bit, not in a bad way. Salma Hayek. She was in Desperado that we were on about earlier. Wasn't which one of them was the girl behind the bar? The girl that was being mistreated by somebody. I think that was Selma. Selma. Olivia de Havilland. Yeah. Olivia de Havilland was 103. You don't get many people get to that age, and especially kind of Hollywood related, where you know certain excesses are partaken of. Although I don't know whether you would say Olivia de Havilland was Hollywood. I don't know. At one time, I guess. 2 years ago, yeah. Yeah, some of these things, the years are kind of merging as I'm getting older. The years are flying by. And some things I will say, oh, it's just a few years ago, and it'll be like 20 years ago. I think I noticed this when I was looking back to when I graduated from uni. And that was 98. So way over 25 yeah, 25 years. Way over. 20, coming up for 27 years. If I've got my maths right. Which I usually do, but not always. In France, yeah, okay. Very nearly interesting. A test about time. I think so. Yeah, because he poses the question, doesn't it? Is it this or is it that? Is it uh like when you're 10, 1 year is like a tenth of your life, and when you're 50, 1 year is well, it's nothing, is it? It's 2% of your life. So he runs through those different hypotheses. Sorry, folks, I didn't say cheers, did I? Cheers. This one's getting low now. Mind you, it's 43 minutes ago I opened it, so that's. You're going to do it every time I take a swig. I don't know what to do, folks. Where are we? 4 hours 43. The beer's running low. There's only 5 of us here. Any excuse. I know. But the thing is, other people are going to watch this and back. Well, maybe no one's going to watch 4 or 5 hours of me sitting there saying nothing. But I don't know how much view time these things get after the event, like on demand. I don't know how much these live streams get. So there's like 5 people out there. I think we had 10 or 12 at one point. It's a 5-hour video. What's the total view time going to be? It's not going to be much. And I don't know how many. A lot of people will probably dip in, watch 5 minutes or 10 minutes when it's on demand tomorrow. And that'll be it. They'll dip in, watch a few minutes, dip out, and just think it's not for them. which is understandable enough. I don't even think I did a proper intro because I was annoyed at the start time not being set properly. Yeah, that was a nuisance. Yeah, that might have cost me a few viewers. For 3 hours, it would have been saying to people, not 3 hours, 2 hours maybe, it would have been saying to people, waiting for Delta Mike, like the start time's been and gone. We're waiting for him. Where is he? He's late. And I had to go in and reset the start time because they'd not set it. I'd set it and saved, and the software had ignored the setting. The chat is what makes it great. Yeah, you don't even really need me to be here. You guys could just talk to each other in chat. You don't really even need my voiceover. And I'm not even on screen now that I'm looking at it. Still got this white stripe across the top, and if I dismiss it, it disappears from everybody. That pinned message. Not that it matters. We're up to 22 likes, which is pretty close. I'm fairly sure that 23 was the record. If any of you are there and haven't hit the like button, do maybe consider it. 23 is my best ever while live. You make the chat, Mike. I don't know about that. I'm just a blithering idiot who doesn't know anything about anything. And who's no good at communicating or talking. If you met me in real life, I'm like the shyest, quietest bloke you'd ever meet. One of the reasons that alcohol works for me really is that going into a bar or a pub, as we would call it back in the UK, going in a pub, walking through the door, and I'd be a bit sheepish and a bit quiet. After the first beer, I loosen up a little bit. After the second beer, I can actually walk up to a group of people and kind of say hello, how you doing, how's life, what's happening, and introduce myself and eventually become not ingratiated, but become known to them so that I can walk in more easily next time. The alcohol is the great loosener for the first 2 or 3 beers. By the 5th or 6th, the people who are just arriving are thinking, who's this drunken idiot? Whoa, you fucker! How the fuck big were you? Are you? I don't think I got you. Jesus Christ. A mosquito as big as a horsefly. The fuck? I thought they were supposed to be small. It's what the word means. Mosca is fly, and the ito means small fly. This thing was as big as a man's fucking fist, nearly. I don't know whether you saw it. It was just here. I was flapping trying to get it, but I don't think I did. Wow, that shocked me. Just the way it came out of the light and at me. Whoop. Got your attention. Sorry, was it the shouting or the flapping? Probably the shouting, sorry. That's a lie you know about a lot. As I describe it, broad. My knowledge is wide. I know a little bit, but it's shallow. I don't know anything in depth. I just know little bits about a lot. That's how I would put it. People who actually know about the topics I talk about will tell me I'm fucking wrong on all of it, and you know what I mean. You can learn all about the wonderful Canadian children's shows of the 70s and 80s. I could make an effort to do that. They aren't I, Canada. Ugh. Holy shit, Mike, you got my attention. Yeah, sorry. Minus 134 from here. Jack attacks Mars. No, I'm still lost. Minus 1.34. Oh, you give me like a timestamp? A minute and a half back, maybe. You're great to have a chat with, Mike. You're unpretentious, so nice to talk with you. Why, thank you. Why, thank you, Farmer. That's very nice of you to say. I mean, I've got no idea why people listen to me. I don't know why people subscribe. I'm literally a tramp in a field. Yeah, I mean, who knew? You completely agree with Farmer. Well, I'm not going to argue. I'm not confident enough to argue with you. Where am I with this stuff? This is about one more mouthful, maybe two. I don't know, folks. Where can we, well, we're 10 minutes away. Look, this isn't going to last 10 minutes. I always like to finish somewhere around a round number, around a round number of hours. Round and round and round we go. Can you hear the music in the background? That's somebody's apartment with a stereo on. If it was just a little bit louder, I'd be able to pick out the song. I think it's Cher. I just not. It's one of those where you want to shout at them. Can you turn it up a bit? I can't quite hear it. We just like, oh, shut up. You make me all fucking embarrassed. Round number 80. Yeah, okay, let's go for 88 hours. Let's. Oh, you got to be careful when you put two H's together as well, though, haven't you? That's a Heil Hitler code, because H is the 8th letter. Got that right? I think that's the one. That's a code amongst Nazi supporters, 88. So I hope you weren't sending me secret messages to see whether I was far right or not. I am, apparently. Oh, look at that. I am far right because I didn't like the latest Star Wars trilogy or any of the programs that came after it. These different Andors and fucking. I did like what's he called with Baby Grogu, Baby Yoda, The Mandalorian. The first two seasons. I don't think I've even seen the third. I watched it up until Luke Skywalker turned up and cut all the robots in half. I enjoyed that. The first two seasons of that. It's a little bit hit and miss with some of the side quests. But when you tell people that you don't like the latest Star Wars trilogy, you're a misogynist, a sexist, you're a Nazi, you're all of the ists and phobes. It's just automatic. And if you watch Friday Night Tights, you're obviously a Nazi, an ist, a phobe, all of the. I'm all of the ists and phobes and far right Nazi. They were terrible. I was willing to give the first one a pass. The first of the what's it called? The Force Awakens. I was willing to give it a go. I was a little disappointed that it didn't have any of the. It didn't have anything real going on in it. Lots of new characters and didn't really seem to go anywhere. But I thought, well, it's introduced some and it maybe could go somewhere. Yeah, when they killed off Han Solo, yeah, that was just ridiculous. But that's as much Harrison Ford's fault as anything. He's never wanted anything to do with Star Wars since it happened. It's literally the film that made him, that made his career. And whenever he does interviews about it or anything, he's just so dismissive and oh, he poo-poos it all. He's never wanted anything to do with it since. Terrible attitude for a professional. But the original trilogy, which is even that, look, having to explain to somebody that 4, 5, and 6 are the original 3 films. That just don't do that. Just don't do that. 4, 5, and 6 are the original. And it becomes Star Wars: A New Hope, not just Star Wars, because of that. And then George went back and edited a lot of the special effects and the scenes and everything. See, I watched the whole original trilogy without realizing that Matey Boy was a slug. I mean, I knew he was a big fat beast sat in a chair and what have you. Jabba the Hutt. Did you know that he was a slug? I had no fucking idea until they animated him and you know, when they went back and revisited it, the special edition or whatever it is they call it. Yeah. George Lucas made his career. He saw them in the theatre. I saw Return of the Jedi at the cinema. I wanted to see the second one, Empire Strikes Back. My family weren't big on cinema. My dad worked away from home a lot, so wasn't there. I got brothers and sisters who wouldn't have been interested, and my mum wanted to obviously stay home, look after those. I had nobody to go with or to take me. What year are we talking about? 80, 81 for Empire Strikes Back. I would have been 10 or 11. Possibly could have gone on my own, maybe. Except it was in another town. It's not just down the road. I'd have to get the bus into Barnsley. I don't know. It just never happened. The first one, 77. What would I be, 9? No. My family wouldn't have known what it was. They wouldn't have heard about it before it happened. And I got a lightsaber. I got a toy, a torch with a plastic tube. Around that time, either that year or the year after. But going to the pictures wasn't a big thing for my family. The pictures, the cinema wasn't a. I did go. My dad, out of nowhere one day, said, "Let's go to the pictures," and we went and saw Battlestar Galactica, which basically the first 2 episodes of the TV series were stitched together and released as a film. Which I loved, but my brother and sister who were dragged along weren't. My brother was too young to was he? Hold on, what year was this? My brother might not even have been there. Oh, do you know? I remember my sister being there. I'm not sure about my brother. He might have been too. Oh, I think he was there. I think my dad just dragged us out the house to give my mum a break. So my brother was probably there, but probably slept through it. First film I saw at the pictures was Battlestar Galactica. My brother had the Millennium Falcon toy. I didn't. I guess I was viewed as being too old. I don't know. See, the original Star Wars, there were no toys. They were really late to bring them out. They missed out on a lot of money. And the 2 sequels, Empire and Jedi, they made. I think they made too many toys, and it devalued them in the eyes of collectors. The fact that there were so many. But yeah. No, the recent one. No. The original Battlestar Galactica. Dirk Benedict and hold on. What was his name? I mean, Lorne Green, obviously. Dirk Benedict. Richard Hatch. Richard Hatch was Apollo, wasn't he? Richard Hatch. He died a few years back as well. They're all going. Nobody's left. Everybody dies. Disney's Robin Hood. That the cartoon with the fox. Is that the one we're talking about? The fox in the Lincoln green feathered cap and what have you. No boxes. You played with them. That's the way. People who buy toys and keep them in boxes, they're psychopaths. There's something wrong with them. Toys are meant for playing with. Our Millennium Falcon, my brother, ended up getting battered by his Incredible Hulk figurine, Incredible Hulk toy, buried in the garden, dug back up probably a year later. We didn't look after anything. Oh, terrible tale with hindsight. Neighbour bought me a box, a little set of cars, good ones, and playing with them while the neighbour's still there, still in the house. And what we did with toy cars, we would just smash them against each other, see which one rolls over, see which one wins. And I'm doing this at the top of the stairs, and they're all and the person who's just bought us this lovely set of toy cars, like 6 toy cars in a box, and they're a good size. Each one's like fist size. These are not little tiny things. But before they left, we're there at the top of the stairs, smacking them together, and they're crashing down the stairs. And he turns to my mum and says, "Oh my God, that they're smashing them together." And my mum just turns to him and says, "Yeah, of course, that's what they do." Poor neighbour. Buy you something nice and straight away we're just smashing them together. Kit scanner on the silence, yeah, the red line. Which on the beginning of the opening credits at the A-Team, Dirk Benedict, Faceman, he has a Cylon walk past him at some fairground or whatever. There's a Cylon walk past, and he gives a look and an acknowledgement. I quite like that. I always found that funny. Yeah, we always crash. Toy cars, they're for crashing, aren't they? You're not keeping them for 50 years in pristine condition in the box. I mean, the fuck. I want some fun out of them. Like the episode The Big Bang Theory, where Sheldon and Leonard both get a oh, it wasn't Batman, was it? Or Bionic Man? What was it? Spock. They both got a Spock figurine, a Spock doll, and these things are like 40 years old, still in box, mint condition. And Sheldon takes his out and breaks it it just falls apart on the first. I think it pretended to be a transporter with the flickering, and you give it a twist and it just fell apart and broke. That's what happens if you leave it 40 or 50 years in the box. You need to no, they weren't dinky, they were bigger than that. They weren't Tonka either. I had a Tonka truck and a Tonka digger, a backhoe type thing. Those were much bigger and much more sturdy. These were something in between. Glen A. Larson, it was indeed, yeah. Yeah. Glen A. Larson. Do you know what I'm going to do, folks? Oh, we've gone over the 5-hour mark and I didn't even notice. 4 o'clock in the morning. Don't tell anybody. The backup supply. Oh, I will take beer number 3 at, what did I say, 4 in the morning. Shh, don't tell. I lose subscribers when I do this. This one, I told you about the time, I think it was when I hit 300 subscribers, and it happened in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. And I took out the cans of beer that I'd bought in readiness, because I'd expected it to happen in the evening or whatever. A lot like this getting to 1300. That's taken almost a month to add 10 subscribers. Fuck. Almost a month. I was on 1291 and I put out an announcement 3 weeks ago saying, whoa, the race to 1300 is on. And immediately went back 3. Okay, Stephanie's got to head off. Cheers, Stephanie. Thank you for being here. Jack Attack says quite like that song, and I've got no idea where he's going with that. Explain yourself, young man. Cheers, Stephanie. Thank you for being here. Lovely speaking with you again. You gotta go to bed. You gotta go to work tomorrow. Yeah, but it's early where you are. Nowhere near 4 in the morning, is it? What is it? 11? Maybe 10. I'm not sure. Don't know it. Oh. Well, if everyone's going to leave, maybe I shouldn't have opened. You see, that happened before, didn't it? Opened a can and then it went quiet around here. Where was I? Oh, we were Glenay last, and then we had oh yeah, okay. We had Cylons and Battlestar Galactica. Farmers is 10. I've got no clue where we are. What's 10? Oh, t-shirt's riding right up my back. You're okay, Tina. Tina's okay. I've lost chat now. Oh, 10 p.m. Okay, yeah. 10. Oh, that's early, isn't it? He goes to bed at 10 because they got to get up tomorrow. It's 4 o'clock here and I'm not going to bed. Probably soon, to be honest, but that I haven't yawned until that. It was that thought. Got no idea. Lazard, just 4 o'clock in the morning. Beverly Craven promised me. Are we on song names, song lyrics? Well, I don't know anything about what that is. And I keep waving my hand around in front of the camera, don't I? I've noticed that as the night's gone on, I'm reaching for the can more often and I'm taking a bigger swig each time, so I better stop soon. Oh my God. Are you guys just typing random shit? I must be missing something. Do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna wait for the chat to disappear. And I'm gonna double check that I'm in live chat and not missing something, because you said o'clock in the morning. 4 o'clock. 4 in the morning. It is. So you're quoting some kind of song that mentions the lyrics 4 in the morning. It's 4 in the morning, a new day is dawning. No, that might be later. That might not be 4. Or is it? It's 4 in the morning, a new day is dawning. That was that, yeah? That was the words? Is that something to do with... Oh, no. That's where you were going with all that other stuff. The Lazard, just 4 in the morning, Beverly Craven promise. I don't know. I don't know who these people are or what that is. That's the name of the song, okay. Well, the singer and the song. I've got no... Sometimes I just get a random thought and the synapses make connections and I don't even know. I don't know, mate. I don't know. I reach for the beer again, look, already. I'm sure not many people carry on with a live stream for 5 hours when they've only got 4 people on. I'm sure there's something wrong with me and I should have hung this thing up hours ago. Cheers, Jack Attack. Pretty sure you would know the song. I'm not great at songs and song lyrics and singists and authors and writers and producers. I know nothing about nothing. Occasionally, though, just something triggers, and I would have never guessed it was 4 in the morning, a new day. Even when I sang it or said it, I thought to myself, that can't be right. It must be later in the day that they're singing about. I guess in midsummer it might be dawning around 4 if you're far enough north. The best 4 people, absolutely. And how many of you guys like from Big Clive or Scruff Dog? There's quite a lot here. Quite a few popped in at one point or another. That was impressive. Maybe I should have done a live stream on Saturday night after Big Clive finished, but I was just absolutely. I was I was like, oh. Slow down. Just because I thought about it, I ended up actually doing it. That's a sign that I'm getting there. But I was doing that actually during Big Clive on Saturday. And when he finished, it was at midnight here. I think he did 2 hours instead of 1.5, didn't he? So he starts at 10 Spanish time. So yeah, midnight he was done. And I thought about doing a live stream then, but yeah, I was a Big Clive viewer, and then when Clive started to reduce his hours down, instead of doing 2 or 3 or more hours, when he started only doing, did he try doing just 1 hour at one point and ended up settling on 1.5? And it was when he was doing a tattoo one time, and he couldn't make it, and Scruff filled in. And then when Clive came back, they arranged one after the other. Yeah, that's probably only. Is that a year ago or is that 2? Fuck, I don't. Time flies, time passes, tempus fugit, as we Latin speakers say. I'm not a Latin speaker. I'm not even a fucking English speaker half the time. Jesus. Don't even mention Spanish. I can read it, more or less, ish. 80% read it. I can't hear it at all. And speaking it, meh, certain little fixed phrases, but yeah, he tried to yeah, Sundays were his day off, or he thought they would be. Either day off or sat around doing nothing, hoping to just do a stream during the downtime, sat in the break room waiting to be called on. Gaelic. I'm not gay and I don't lick. No, shush. That whole tattoo thing, what's the thing that Clive says he thinks it is? Tap to, which means go and grab your guns or something. Like the word alarm was originally Italian for get your gun. Al, to go, and arm, gun, arms, weapons. Oh no, the tattoo on his close off the pumps or something. Shut the pumps, yeah, so that the soldiers would leave the bar and go get their guns or something. I don't know. Tatooine. You need 2 moons for that. No, 2 suns. Hold on. Tatooine was 2 suns. 2 moons was Abydos on Stargate. I get them confused sometimes. Oh. Tangents and tangents from tangents. Remt. R-E-M-T. Suddenly I was thinking of Royal Electric and what was it, mechanical I was going REME. Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers. Might be the other way around. Something like that. I don't know what REMT means. But cheers. Cheers, cheers, cheers. You're going to say this every time I pick up a glass. Oh, the numbers are really down now, look. If I declare that we're going to finish on 5.5 hours, we definitely are doing this time. And as soon as I say it, the numbers start picking up again. We don't even have to get close. The numbers are just going to pick up. By the time we get to 5.5 hours on the counter there, we'll have 10 viewers in here again and I won't be able to leave. Royal Edinburgh military tattoo. I should have been able to piece that together, shouldn't I? I was slow, befuddled. Is that you, Tina? She loves to lay across the bed. More often than not, she will end up with her head down where my feet should be, and I have to curl up. I think this is part of the reason my back doesn't heal or doesn't get any peace. Every now and again, I'll do the slightest move accidentally. It'll wake her up and she'll actually move and give me some bloody room. Look at her though. She's nice and peaceful at the minute. When she starts running in her dreams, that was her. When she starts running in her dreams, you know about it. Because she can't run in real life. I think Farmer just did that thing again, typing in the wrong chat window. I don't know, folks. Where are we? Coming up for 4:30 on a Monday morning. Oh, bed hug. Okay, I thought you said she was hog-tied. She's a bed hug. Try the elbow to the ribs. She's too low down. It'd have to be a kick. And it'd probably be in the face with where she is. Horizontal. Look, let me. I probably have to. Remind me to put the. I unplugged earlier, didn't I? And then never put it back. Hold on. There's my kinky feet. And there's Tina just widthways across the bed. And this, I'm lucky here. Like I said, normally her head would be where my feet are. And there's her fluffy elephant that she that she likes to fight with. That's my girl. That's my girl. Let's turn the light off. Spin the camera back around to the star of the show. Yeah. I accidentally showed my feet one time, and straight away people said, "You'll be on all the kinky websites and what have you." Oh no, this is free. They're not even clean. I tell you what is impressive. Apart from the fact that they're not clean, let me show my feet again. Oh, well, it's showing under the yeah. So you see how brown my feet are? Not my feet, my legs, and then the way it just stops, and my feet are my flabby white bits. But what are we in? We're just starting May, aren't we? Well, it was May the 4th. It's now May the 5th. So it was apt that we had a little bit of Star Wars conversation before, because it was Star Wars Day, if you believe that whole May the 4th be with you thing. Yeah, I know. You said it's do a whole expose. Plug back in. Thank you, sir. I don't even know. Let me look where I am for power. See, after all this time, I'm only up to 45%. Is it 17? I think it was down to 17 when I plugged it back in, when I realised. And it's only drawing 10 watts. It goes up to 14, but only sometimes. Oh, and 2 of that was something else. This light is drawing 2. So the phone was only taking 8. Ah, same again, look. I don't know. Solar charger, yeah. Plug back in. I've got. It's like it's the phone. It's not the EcoFlow. It's the phone and the cable. You can unplug it and reverse the cable, and sometimes it'll just do better. Unplug it, count to 10 is the key, and I probably didn't do that. It's probably why it went back to exactly the same. Whoa! It just dropped from 10 to 8. Maybe the light's fully charged and stopped taking 2 watts. Who knows? Okay, apparently there are 5 people out there, but only 2 in chat right now. Okay, I scared somebody away already. Okay, folks, I am a tramp in a field in a country where I don't speak the language. I am literally a tramp, a homeless guy living in a field with no income source at all, no revenue, nothing from the UK government, nothing from the Spanish government. My bank have my money and won't let me have it. This is the story. If you look in the description, those of you that are lurking, if you look in the description, you'll find a link to my first ever video where I was living under a shelter that I made from 6 broom handles and a plastic sheet. You'll also find my first ever, what I call TrampCast proper. TrampCast is my live stream where I explain my week's events. What I've come to describe now with my marketing genius as the successes, the failures, and the other happenings in my life as a tramp living in Torrevieja in Spain. That's my marketing blurb from my business background. You'd have to watch TrampCast 001, my first ever TrampCast. My whole backstory. Who is this tramp? Why is he a tramp? What's his background? What's his education? What's his employment history? His business history? It's all there. TrampCast 001. And the link, if you can't find it just from that description, the link is in the description about halfway down. I am a tramp. I live in a field. And I have no No legitimate discernible income. I get help sometimes from some people who take pity on me. I am a charity case in effect. Now you guys in chat are talking about things I know. No, hold on. You have an app called AccuBattery. Tells you the battery health, what's going on. Okay. I might give that a go. And Farmer asks if Jack has solar panels all plugged in. And I've got this thing in the way again. Plugged an AccuBattery app, yeah. Monitors each app's battery usage. Well, supposedly the built-in Android stuff does that as well. That tells you which app's taking the power and gives a breakdown. For me, it's always just the same. It's screen and YouTube are those are the power use. That's where the power goes. I do watch. Basically, my phone is on. The screen is on. Probably 20 hours a day. Maybe a little less because sometimes I'll put the phone to charge, turn on the hotspot, and I'll use my tablet, which you're stood on. The phone stand is on top of the tablet. But I'm basically, it's almost 24 hours. If I'm awake or recently awake, the screen will be on and YouTube will be playing, or some previously downloaded video. Do you know, I get some people, oh God, I get some people telling me I'm living like the ideal life. I don't have to get up for work in the morning. I don't have to do this, and I've got no responsibilities with that. And people bring me food and water and donate money. And it's the ideal life as far as they're concerned. They don't mention the mice and the rats. They don't mention the fact that until a week ago I was living in a tent that literally water ran off the roof and into the tent, and my mattresses were sat in the wet, to the point where my top mattress, I've got two mattresses, one on top of the other, the top mattress was getting so wet I couldn't sit up like this. Had to lay down to spread my weight, otherwise I'd be laying in a pool of water. I had belongings in a bag that had been wet on and off for so long that they rotted. Now the current thing is snails. We put the tent up and I walked outside the next day and there were 3 snails on the tent. And now, if I walk out now and walk, I can see like damp. I can see a trail of damp. It's not the snail slime itself, but the path that the snail took takes the moisture differently from dew, and the pattern is just visible on the tent afterwards. Lots of snails at the minute. When I first moved into the field, it was all slugs, not snails. I told the one about the plastic cup and how a little slug was under the rim at the top of the plastic cup, and I took a drink and got a slug in my mouth, which can be fatal, folks, can be fatal. I think it was a Scottish guy, rugby player, someone dared him to eat a slug. And what he didn't know was some slugs have a little mite on them, like a little insect, tiny insect, a little mite. And if they get into the right part of you, they can burrow away and get in your brain. And this guy was like on life support for like 10 years before he finally died. Slugs, folks, and I've had them in my mouth. But it's an ideal life. You want to hear about the EcoFlow? Parasite can get into the brain. Yeah, the little mite. Snails don't have them, but slugs do. I think because they don't have the shell. they're basically the same animal except for the shell. But the shell offers the snail protection against these things. They can't get in. Also in raw fish, that's why it needs to be frozen. Is that true? I know that almost all fish that is caught, like out at sea, is frozen because you can't get it back to shore quick enough. It's fresher if you freeze it straight away. Bit like the old British advert about the peas. Fresh as the moment the pod went, as the advert used to go. I think there was some famous child actor or actress that started their career in a bird's eye pea advert. I'm trying to think who it would be. Maybe that's a question for Jack Attack. Dared to eat a slug at it was a rugby player, it was at a party. Was he Scottish though? There's the next question. Left paralysed after contracting rat lungworm. No, that might not be the one I'm hold on. I've skipped, haven't I? How far back has that just jumped? And there were messages. And again! The fuck is this? I'll have to keep hold of it. He's left paralysed after contracting rat lungworm, which causes severe brain damage and a long coma. Died at the age of 28, 8 years after the incident. Was he in a hospital bed for that entire 8 years, or is that what we're saying? They say that brain damage and long coma. So I got most of the details right. It wasn't a mite, it was a rat lungworm. But you would think a lungworm would go to the lungs. This was brain. The freeze it also kills parasites that are in the fish. It's found and marked with a T that is safe to eat. There is a fish that is farmed and marked with a T that is safe to eat from fresh. Why a T? I would have gone with F for farmed or something. Sydney, Australia, or maybe it's not even the same case. Sounded close. Unable to eat without a tube. So he was awake and conscious and everything, but brain damaged. Unable to eat without a tube. Move without intense effort and then die. Yeah, okay. Maybe that was him then. Maybe I misremembered. I just had Scottish in my brain. Maybe just because you're here, Jack Attack. Maybe I've just got Scotland and Scottish on the brain. I gotta say, folks, this is a bizarre live stream. Cheers. I absolutely can't imagine anybody watching this back on video on demand and sticking with it for 5.5 hours. I'm not even sure I'll be able to watch it back for 5.5 bloody hours. What's this stream about? What did we talk about? What are the topics? Summarize. What was this live stream about? And for what proportion of it did we have under 5 viewers? Yeah, I think he has it pre-programmed, Fama. I think he's got. I'm certain he's just got certain macros set up and pre-programmed, and he just, Control Shift F whatever, and it just all those different drink icons and stuff that he puts up. Yeah, and the smileys and the rolling on the floor laughing kind of emojis or whatever you're gonna call them. 18. We have movement. Hello, babe. Hello, you. Okay, folks, we're out. I was gonna stop at 5.5. You didn't tell me. 5 hours 34. It means I might have to carry on. I am drinking this faster and faster. I got to be careful with that. Is there coffee? There's coffee. I have coffee. Hmm. I tell you what else I have. That'd be hard on a phone. Oh, you're on a phone as well. Okay. I bet you. I bet there are things that you could. I bet there are things that'll do macro type things. Did we ever find out the auto hotkey? Hey, we look at that. We were talking about things that did macros in a programming language. Either last, it might have been the last one or the one before. And I had ATK in my head, and it was AHK, auto hotkey. You can program these macros and set things, write a little script, and when you run the script, it will set a bunch of macros on certain key combinations, and you can also compile it into an executable on Windows and probably all the other Linux and maybe Mac as well. I don't know. But antivirus companies for some reason didn't like it and would not always, but would frequently delete the executables that you create. They would identify them a false positive, identify them as malicious. Sometimes the auto hotkey executable, the program that you've installed itself, but also when you convert your macros or your scripts to executables, they just get deleted. They had a terrible time with that. I'm sure there are things like that you can run. In fact, I know there are things like that you can run on your phone because I installed one once. I had my phone set. I built the script at one point. So many failed logins, and it would start deleting stuff on the phone. Or I could say the words auto destruct, and I had like a, Star Trek. Set self destruct authorization pi gamma Kirk 07 or whatever. You know what I mean? One of those. And it would literally start deleting the phone if you said those phrases or whatever. This was after I'd had my phone snatched out of my hand by a copper one time. So I wanted to be able to secure things in the event. Not that I do anything wrong with my phone or what. I just don't like the idea that somebody just grabs your phone and you can put pins, and I've got a pin. I always have to, every time I click the on button on my phone, I have to type in a 4-digit code. I've turned off all of the face and fingerprint and all that other crap. I don't even know where the fingerprint sensor is on this. I think it's behind the screen somewhere, but don't do any of that. But I wanted a way, if someone else had got my phone and my phone was on, I wanted a way to just say self-destruct and have it. I wanted actually two different commands. This was my clever little twist. One of them, I would say, whichever word I chose. Let's say that there was self-destruct and auto-destruct. If I said self-destruct, it would speak a message. This phone is destructing in 10, 9, 8, and it would be a bluff. It would be a nothingness. But if I said auto-destruct, then it would start deleting shit. That's what I wanted. And that's what I kind of had for a while. But then that phone broke, so, But I liked the idea of it. And I can't remember what that's called on the phone. That programming language and thing where you set these macros and these behaviors. The symbol is a big silver cog. A lot like the settings icon, but it's an app that you install, like a programming language and macro app. I don't know. Interesting. But like I said, it's not that I ever do anything malicious or naughty with my phone. I'm not hiding any PDF files, as we now call them. None of that. Just privacy. This password, this pin code that you type in here, the cops or somebody gets your phone, someone who knows what they're doing, that's irrelevant. They just clone kind of the hard drive and have forensic software that just dances straight past all that crap. Just extracts whatever they want it to extract. All of the files and things that you've put on there. Your deleted text messages, your WhatsApps, and your this end-to-end encryption. Here's something a lot of people don't understand. End-to-end encryption protects your message in transit when it's not at this end and not at that end. It stops anyone intercepting it, or if they do intercept it, stops them being able to read it in transit. But if someone gets your phone at this end, that's not encrypted. If they're running the server at the other end and get a court order or whatever, it's not encrypted, or the recipient at the other end, I should say, rather than server. It's not encrypted there. It's only encrypted in transit. A lot like how people misunderstand what's it called in your browser, the privacy mode thing. That does nothing. All that does is mean when you visit the porn site, it's not listed in the browser history that you see, that's available to you. Your internet provider or whatever, what do you call that looks up, that translates domain names to IP addresses, DNS, domain name server or system, all of that's available and accessible. That privacy mode, incognito mode in your browser, just means it's not stored in the history that it shows you. It's probably still actually stored on your own computer or phone. It just isn't part of what gets shown to you when someone says, show me your history. People misunderstand these security things all the time. Let me just go and see whether you've probably all left me. Jack attack on my cell phone, and then some. Is that a treble clef? Every good boy deserves fish. Is the staves. If I remember, it looks like a treble clef from here. But I know nothing about music, so what would I know? I can hear B from miles away. Jack attacks waving coffee around. End-to-end encryption with your DNA when it gets put in. Yeah. VPN should have no logs. Yeah, but do you know how big a myth that is? A hell of a lot of them have been exposed as actually having them. If your VPN is not being run by a server that you control. So I, as a web designer, I ran a handful of servers, and I had my own to host my own website and some other services that I ran. No clients on my one, but and I had a VPN, and what was the other one? Well, I had a bunch of services on there for me to use. I set up my own DNS server. So my phone would connect to my server to do DNS lookups, or it would do the lookups but pass me back the results. VPNs. And there was another thing. And it's been nearly 10 years. I can't even remember what. But yeah, you got to be suspicious of free VPNs in particular, Because if you're not paying, how are they getting the money for it? What's paying for it? If you're not paying, then you are the product, as the old saying goes. It's not that old, but as the saying goes. I was going to give up at 5.5, wasn't I? We're still going. But nature, the bladder is, as I said, I've been drinking faster and faster. Give me 2 minutes, guys. If you're still here when I get back, we'll carry on talking. No harm done if you leave in the interim. I just come back. It says there are 5 of you here now. If you haven't hit it already, guys, thumbs ups are always welcome. I will be back in a minute and a half or thereabouts. Bladder dependent. Microphone back on, yeah, I think so. I think that's what the symbol says. He's back. Yeah. Knocking on Bladder's door. One massive P. One moment peace. There, we should have gone there. Yeah, okay. Oh, these are starting to dig into my nose. Which is weird because I normally wear them 24 hours a day anyway. I have been speeding up, haven't I? I can imagine I'm going to watch this back tomorrow or today, and I'm probably going to delete the entire stream. I can't imagine that in the 6 hours it will be soon. I can't imagine that. I can't imagine that there's anything here of value and just embarrassment of me drinking beer at fucking nearly 5 o'clock in the morning. Was that number 3 or 4? I'm not even sure. I see 2 cans on the floor, but I got a feeling I've lost one somewhere. I know I had the 2 coffees in the first couple of hours, but I don't know, folks. Who's been counting? Jack Attack says I've had 3. I had 2 out, didn't I? And I had to reach back to the emergency supply for this one. Farmer says 34. Not 3 or 4, but 34. Hold on. Why? Okay. Why is that? That finger shouldn't... Nowhere near the camera. How far off front facing is that camera? That's weird. Okay, 304. Yeah, I think it was. Unless I've done something silly, that was beer number 3. That's not bad. Although drinking at 5 in the morning is not great. But we started late, folks. I had coffees. I had 2 coffees when we did TrampCast proper. I didn't drink anything in between, and I made coffee an hour before we started the hangout. That's not bad in total, 3 beers in a night. It's just a bit weird to still be awake and drinking at, like I said, nearly 5. But it is what it is. It is what it is. These guys that are watching and that are staying silent in the background, they're assuming that I'm a... Look at that. Where did I put my hand here and it's in front of the camera? But it's nowhere near. Anyway, these guys that are watching and staying quiet are assuming I'm some kind of wino anyway, because Tramp, you know? So it adds to the illusion or illusion. It adds to the reality, the not mystique, but the beer is to counteract the coffee. The coffee was going to keep me awake all night, wasn't it? So I needed beer so I could get some sleep. At somewhere between 5 and 10 in the morning, at some point, I might get some sleep. My girl just woke up before when I had to scoot down the bed. Tina woke up and had a little roll around and put her legs in the air. Dr. Pharma. Yeah, it's an antidote. It's prescribed, okay. I would think it should be proscribed, as in you're not allowed to have it, but there you go, what do I know? House. That was a fantastic program. I did like House. Hugh Laurie is genius. People who see him in Blackadder wouldn't know it was the same guy. Prostrated, that's different. Even worse if it was prostate. But yeah, okay. Let's not even go there. Oh, I don't know, folks. We're coming up on. Don't let me get past the 6-hour mark. We are procrastinated. That's my favorite. Yeah. Like all that stuff that I took out of the old tent, and was bringing into the new. There's quite a bit of it still out there. I did put it off a little bit. Some of it's not going to make it back here. I got this lovely big coffee table that Karen brought me. Brought, not bought. I did ask her whether it was from her house or whether it was from a bin, and I'm not sure I ever got a proper answer. But it's just too big. 1.5 meters by 1.5 meters. It's too big a coffee table for a tent, for the living room in the tent, which is a bit smaller than the living room area in the previous tent. But it was too big even for that, really. And it's a big flat surface, and you know what happens with big flat surfaces? Shit gets plonked down on it, and then shit piles up on it. Every flat surface in here has just become a dumping ground for a bit of this, a bit of that, a bit. If I look around here now, I've got a jar of pate. I've got a pack of crackers. I've got paracetamol. I've got these hobnob type biscuits. I got a corkscrew. You'll be giving people the wrong impression. Just over there's some like cream cheese type stuff, like Philadelphia, but not. 2 bags of coins. Just fucking dumping ground. And this is the same piece of wood that I was using through there earlier as a base to do the TrampCast from. So all of this shit here has just arrived tonight. That's how much of a dumping ground flat surfaces are. You take one look at them and they're no longer empty. They're piled high with shit. Over there, I've got a chocolate spread up on top of the chest of drawers. There's another cutting board. There's a chopping board, cutting board, whatever you want to call it. There's a plate, knives, forks, and used knives, forks, spoons, whatever. And just a collection of random shit. There's dog treats, some cotton bobbins, some needles, basically a sewing kit. There's supposed to be a roll of duct tape and a pair of scissors up there, but they got knocked off there on the ground because there was so much stuff up there it falls off. Chocolate spread, don't say that's a euphemism. Yeah, that's the stain on the sleeve. No, it is just chocolate spread. Crema cacao, or however you want to pronounce it. Let's just say Nutella, but not, you know. I think most chocolate spreads are a peanut butter base, aren't they, with chocolate added? I think so. Although it could be palm oil rather than peanut. I don't know, who knows? Okay, folks, we are coming up on 5 hours and 57 minutes in. So it's 3 minutes to go, and then we are definitely going to call it quits this time. I say that now, seeing that we have 4 people here, and knowing full well that it will head on up to 8 or 9 as we approach. It's the reason for being for flat surfaces, to put things on. They do end up living like this. They do end up a little bit overutilized. Like, look at this. Look at this. Let's turn this around. I do like the way that this week it's just one click again. So you see the EcoFlow, but do you see the not so flat surface that it's on? It's a fucking dustbin. That dustbin is my go bag nowadays. That's my emergency evacuation. Tent, tarpaulin, one of those sleeping mats, like a yoga mat type thing. Did I say emergency sleeping bag? Survival sleeping bag. A few other bits and pieces. Yeah. And I had to put my second best tent in. My second best kind of fallback tent. Because the better tent, the bigger tent, was a little bit too long on the poles. It wouldn't go into the wouldn't fit in the bin. But that bin is basically, that will go on a trolley, and away I would go if I had to. And hopefully I could secure the EcoFlow either under it or on top of it. The solar panel wouldn't go in an emergency. But my 2 little ones would. My 2 little solar panels are wired together. That'd be 20 watts. It'd be harsh, but I would survive if I had to. Oh, look at this! We're in the last minute. Dusty bin, 5, 4, 3. Have you ever seen them when they slow that down? That whole, when he does that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 thing. He never did. It was so fast. It was bullshit. Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 5, 4, 3. 5, 4, 3, 1. I want to say Ted Robbins, but I don't think it is, or was. I don't know. But no, they've slowed it down and looked, and it never was what it looked like. 20 seconds to go, folks, and we are out this time. So I thank you all for being here, and in the tradition of the channel, let's do this. Thanks, guys. From Tina, who's asleep. And from me, Delta Mike, out. Where's my finger? Out. Awkward moment.